Come get some.
What's up? Welcome to Monday Madness with your host, Pops Van Zant. How y'all doing tonight? It's, another one of them crazy days where you get on a stream, you're going to hang out for a little while, and you're on it for 4 or 5 hours with your friends over there, Sim and Chris. Man, we just talk all day long. It's kind of crazy. Was not expecting to be on that show this morning for 5 hours, but there you have it. That's what we do. I want to throw a little thank you out to Rob and Meredith and Nita and C and everybody over there that hooked me up. Thank you guys. That was kind of amazing and kind of humbling. Hey, what can you say? It's like suddenly what you're doing is being noticed and people are appreciating what you're doing, and that means a lot to me, you guys. Man, I gotta kill that big old bright light behind me. So I want to go ahead and introduce our guest. Actually, I'm gonna bring him in here and let him introduce himself, because that's just a nice way to do it. Come on, brother.
What's going on, man?
How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Hey, it's another Monday. Let me go behind me and kill that light real quick. I will be right back. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
My name's Chris. I'm from Homebrewed Comics, and I am the writer, creator, dungeon master for Crit. It's a comic book based off of a Dungeons and Dragons game that I made. And right now we've got a campaign going on Indiegogo. It's 4 books. I think we just reached 39 backers. We're really close to unlocking our 3rd stretch goal, so that's really cool. And I think another book I'm working on, Hunter's Moon, we just finished lettering on last night, and I think Jason's entering soon. I sent him a link to join. I think we had there he is. That guy.
How you doing?
What's up, buddy?
Welcome to the madness.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, you bet. It's just man, I have so much fun doing these shows, so by all means, man, it's great to meet you.
Yeah, you too. I mean, like I said, I'm part of Comic Madness. I'm part of the Facebook group, so and nice to finally meet you officially.
Yes, welcome to what we do.
All right, I'm glad to be a part. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Jason and I, we have a group called the Savage Sandbox. We are 7 creators strong right now, and we are working on how many books are releasing right now? I think we have 5 released just since January.
Yeah.
Yep. So we've got Hunter's Moon just wrapped up. Crit, we're at issue 0 through 3. We've got Elements from E4. We're essentially a group of, just like minds that wanted to get our books out there. And I think we all have some kind of play on each other's books. Most of the guys have, I've lettered a couple of the books. Jason and myself have, helped a few of the creators along the way. We've all kind of helped each other around, get our books done. So we just created a group called the Savage Sandbox. And so you might notice his we've got merch now.
We're all wearing black and white. So we got that going.
Yeah. And we've got some really big news coming soon. I don't know when Jason and I really want to announce that piece, but I'm down for whenever. We have some really cool stuff in the works for the next year planned so far.
Yeah, we got some good stuff coming.
CromCon has always been a place where people drop those first time pieces of art, covers, announcements. I even have somebody launching their book at CromCon this month.
Wow.
I've never had that before. They're doing their launch party at CromCon. So, it's like, I have a blast doing this. It's great being able to come out here and help you guys get your project seen. And, we got some people watching. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lucifer Storm. He's another creator. He's from over there in the UK. Crazy guy. He's always looking for Steve. Always. That's just one of them weird things about them people over there. Steve is always getting in trouble over there. And they're always trying to find him. So, he's a good dude. He's got a book called Lady Satan. Another, just another one of them books you just have to go see. But you have this one, Belief Funded, Crit. Do you want to share a screen so you can direct what you're showing rather than me trying to stumble through what you're talking about?
Yeah, let me open my screen. I actually just learned how to share a screen on our recent. Jason and I host a show, Pharaoh's Creative Studios. We host a show every once in a while, and Nick from Demon Hunter Raven. I think he was on. So Nick actually showed me how to share a screen. Just recently.
Yeah, we were a little ignorant in how to do all that stuff.
Hey, come on, man. I started this and I didn't know nothing about nothing. The first show I did on StreamYard, like the free six screen version, I did like CromCon on that free version for months. Because I didn't know anything about anything. I wasn't paying for nothing. I didn't know what was going on. I was just like that sign said earlier. I was a total rookie at all of this, man. I just tried to help my friends because tables all went down. I had this whole group of creators, and it was like they had been talking about all the cons they were going to go to and everything they were going to do last year, and then nothing. It was like, what can I do?
You just celebrated 1 year of this, didn't you?
This next month, April, will be 1 year. That's our anniversary show.
That's awesome.
It's going to be wild. We actually did one that was just UK, a CromCon Europe that was kind of out of the sequence. But I've had a blast. I've done at least one every month since I started doing it. So.
That's awesome. Yeah, you've introduced a lot of creators and gotten a lot of the stuff out there. I know not everyone can run a YouTube channel. So it's nice to be able to have a place for everyone to go to and show off their stuff.
I had to have one, just like you said, I had to have somebody else teach me how to set up my YouTube channel, like set up the playlists and everything. I had a big old mess out there, man, like 100 videos and no order or representation whatsoever. And, Shay from Red Valkyrie, she helped me out to fix up my YouTube channels. When I say rookie, I'm totally a rookie still. Even a year in, I don't know what I'm doing half the time.
Yeah, it's a learning thing. That's Jerry. He's part of the.
Hey, what's up, Darin?
Right.
That's one of our Sandbox boys.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah, he's got Elements, a book called Elements. Recently, it just got off Kickstarter. Did really well.
Very well.
I think he hit 3 or 4 his goals. He crushed it.
I think he hit four stretch goals, I believe.
Nice.
Yeah, he just absolutely crushed it. Really good book. Similar, I love the contrast between my stuff and his stuff because his books are also based off of his friends. And Pops, you and I have talked before, like all of my characters are real life people and so are his. So it's really cool to see the contrast of storytelling between kind of like basing your characters off real life people.
Right. I know how that is.
Oh yeah, you have a character. You just didn't you?
No, I don't have a character. Somebody used me and created a character. It's like I'm one of those real life characters that you're talking about. And that's fun, okay? Because I'm actually, there's a couple people that actually have written me in my book, and I just told them, do whatever you want, have fun, and then I wait to read them. I try not to pry too much into what's going to happen. They show me a little art here and there, but I like to read the story when everybody else does. It's always fun.
Yeah, I have the glory of not having a character. I just get to write my friends doing crazy stuff.
Well, I mean, that's what Raj does with me. He gets to write me and Brian however he wants to. He has creative control.
Yeah, I have some creative control on my characters, but they do get a final say. Like, I always like to get their input on, what would your character say here, or what would you do? Last week, I'm working on book 3 right now, finishing up some of the final pages on it, just cleaning them up. And I've reached a point in the story where Caliber, one of my main 4, it's a pinnacle point in his story. And so I called Brad, who's he plays Caliber, and I said, hey, the sequence in the game is really long, but you only do this same move a few times. I'm thinking about condensing it, and I tell him my panel layout and everything, and he goes, no, I hate that. I think it needs to go this way. And he gives me like a 20-page layout of how he wants his story to go. So we had to condense it down like into 4 pages. But I like getting that feedback from them, because these guys aren't just the creators and players of the character. They also like to go through the art in the book. And so I always get their final opinion. And 9 times out of 10, I'll give them my idea of how I think something should play out, and then they'll give me their version, and we'll meet in the middle, and it just looks awesome. And I love having that secondary idea to kind of like push my limits and really make the story feel more organic than what just one storyteller would have.
Right.
So
how much fun did you have doing this?
Which, like, the game itself, or making the comic book?
The comic book. For me, it's always comic first. I'm a comic collector.
The comic was a complete accident. It didn't really mean, I didn't mean for it to become anything really. And once it started taking off, it is a lot of fun. And actually, this guy on here, Jason, was one of the first people that pushed me to make this comic more than just for fun. I put my first Indiegogo up, I did a Kickstarter. It completely bombed, but Jason was one of the people that actually backed the book, and him and I met on Instagram. We started kind of like going back and forth on some ideas, and he motivated me to keep moving forward. And that's how we kind of started this path down, making comic books and working together on stuff.
Yep.
And so, again, it was, I kind of fell onto this, didn't really plan on doing a big series and the arcs and things that we did. But I'm glad, because the making the comic book has become a blast for me. I've met some of my like really, really good friends making comic books. You'll see Jerry, Jason, all the guys that I've kind of created this group with. They just become like family to me. And so I would say that creating comic books is a blast. Now, the running of a campaign is another story.
Yeah, the business end is something entirely different. I get it.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you, Jason, for encouraging Chris to not give up, to roll.
Apparently, from my understanding, that's what I do. I don't know.
Hey, that is so important, though. I mean, some people put out some good stuff and they just don't have enough exposure.
That's
okay?
true. I mean,
that's what I try to
do.
That's what I try to do. I try to make sure you guys get seen.
Yeah, one of the worst things that can happen is that you don't fund, or you don't, or you don't like, you just don't do well, and you get discouraged. And like, I mean, I don't want to see anyone get discouraged at all, because I mean, it's indie comics, man. I mean, I mean, we're in a better place than, let's say, the major comics. If we fail, no one really sees it. You know what I mean? And then we can dust ourselves off and just come back better and stronger, and with experience now. And I think that's something that, as an independent creators or small press publishers, that we that we have that unique ability. And seeing someone get discouraged, that's just, you don't want to see that, because we all have a dream of a character or something that we created, that we want to bring out and show to others. And you don't want to get that stomped on. So
Yeah.
There's your buddy Nicholas right there.
Oh, there he
buddy
is.
Nick right there.
Yay, Nick.
and you got Jerry. These guys help me out big time. That's what it's all about.
Good dude.
Jerry, I don't know if you're in the madness, but by all means join the madness, because that's exactly what we do, is try to bounce fan bases off each other, increase everybody's fan base, their exposure. I mean, that's basically what the madness is about. Heroineburgh going to be out here later. He's out there on another show right now. Promotion is king, y'all. Exposure is king.
Absolutely.
That's it just there's no right now, there's no substitute for hitting as many different shows and different audiences, because we all have a different audience.
Yeah.
All these podcasts, we all have different people that watch us. And some of us go watch the other one later on the replay and catch that one too. Yep. It's just how it works. I mean, there's 5 or 6 podcasts every night live in the madness. Every night.
Yeah, I think that one thing that everybody's benefited from in the past year are all these live shows that keep going on, because, I mean, Jason started his Instagram live, and then that kind of brought everybody. Yeah, everybody in our group started doing one afterward, and it really kind of inspired everybody. And I think that those lives and getting your stuff out there on Instagram Live or Facebook Live or YouTube really helped indie out a lot, because there's no cost for that stuff. Whereas trying to get into a Comic-Con, there's always the table cost, and then is it are you going to sell anything? Now you're just having this one-on-one interaction with people, and it's free.
Agreed.
The only problem with Jason is his choice of Power Ranger. It's a little competitive infighting amongst the group. I like that. It's cool.
That's Jerry for you.
Hey, the guy who created me likes David Lee Roth, and I like Sammy Hagar. What can I tell you?
Yeah, that's it.
It's just the way it is. There has to be that competitive juices flowing to keep things light and happy and fun. I understand it. I like Jason.
Jerry and I go back all the time between the Green Ranger and the Red Ranger. So he's just mad because his Power Ranger never got a theme song. So he's just salty.
Yeah, this goes on forever. Every time we do a live with these two, it's like just at each other's throats the entire time about Power Rangers, and then someone will bring up Dragon Ball Z, and I'll go off because Yeah.
We all have our own little idiosyncrasies for sure.
Yep. Yeah. So real quick, I did want to say, I know we talked a little bit before Jason joined, but him and I work on a project called Hunter's Moon as well, and we just finished the lettering on that. So that one was in Kickstarter October. No, sorry, that was August last year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
September. We just finished.
We wrapped up in August, and actually wrapped up September 11th, actually. So yeah.
Yep, we had hit a couple of speed bumps with coloring and things like that, but we're set to ship it to the printer here soon. We're finishing a couple edits, and then that'll be out. So, Pops, we should send you a link for Jason's website as well, so you can check out his stuff, because I really think you'll dig his character there.
Private chat.
I know you're big into metal, but his character just screams metal.
Come on.
It's Victor. So,
you said metal. Where's Phil? Somebody said metal. Where's Phil?
Oh, man. Yeah.
My co-host almost always shows up, when somebody mentions the metal. It just happens.
Well, yeah. So if we have any metal show up, I'll make sure to tag him in it.
Dennis, my Hunter's Moon cover artist.
Dennis, there he is. Another
big part of the FFP.
Dennis actually is working on some stuff for Crit issue 4 right now too.
Yep.
I've reached out to him. Yeah, he's a busy guy. We call him No Sleep.
Dennis. No Sleep.
Yep. So with Crit, I just want to I'll scroll down here since we have this awesome screen sharing capability now.
Yeah.
So this is for issue 0, which actually is being done. I think, Pops, I had tagged a buddy of mine from Australia one day when you're looking for Australian people. They've got a comic book group called Slate. They have their own universe. In fact, Dennis actually has a character in that universe as well. But these guys are great. Nate and Jack from Slate Comics are putting this one together. It's my issue 0, kind of my first starting point for Crit was I've showed it off a few times. It was my first rendition or first attempt at doing a comic book. And when I showed it to Nate last year during the Kickstarter for issue 2, he really just wanted to remake it for me as a nice gesture. And so now he's got a cover done. We're almost done with all the interior pages on that one. And so I really can't thank those guys enough, because I never thought that issue 0 would really become a thing again. So we've got that as part of the Indiegogo package. Issue 1, if you had gotten it before, I've kind of Boulder, who's Terrell in real life. Terrell wanted to do something with the comic book. He wanted to re-letter it. We've got a new letter. We've been using a different program for lettering, so he wanted to take a shot at it. And so we re-lettered and redone the opening of issue 1, rewrote it, and so we've got a whole new opening. We've kind of slimmed down some of the fat on that book and re-lettered it. So we're reissuing it with this awesome new cover by Bia Navarro. And issue 2, we nothing new about issue 2, but for those of you that didn't get it on the Kickstarter, it is available in the Indiegogo. And issue 3, which I'm finishing up right now, I would have to say this is probably my biggest artistic venture. You're talking about having fun doing artwork. I've really enjoyed the aspects that are going into this book, because I'm introducing villains with superpowers I've never really had to draw. I've got this giant robot tank. I've got my armored villain with superpowers and a big fat guy who, and his power is to absorb kinetic energy. This guy right here. And if he doesn't use that kinetic energy, it's just like calories to a person. It makes him kind of fat, so he looks like a sumo. He's actually based off of a guy that we know that told me.
So that's my problem. I didn't kinetic energy. Okay, I knew it was something. I didn't think it was the beer.
In real life, we have a friend who told me once he was a samurai sumo who weighed about 300 pounds and told me he could do backflips. But he couldn't do it anymore because
I told you that in private. All right. Like, really? Like, you're going to blow me up on live, like right now?
Why I asked you to come with me tonight was I really wanted to explain to people that you think that you're a sumo samurai, and that's my inspiration for this character. As you can see, he's got a full beard, and he's totally bald, completely like you, because you have a full beard.
Completely like me.
No, I'm just kidding. But in real life, I do know a person who told me he was a samurai, ninja, sumo that could do backflips, but his knees were blown out and he couldn't do it anymore. So we made a character after him, because, I mean, come on. If you meet a sumo samurai ninja that can do
that's not every day.
Yeah, I mean, you have to make a character based off that. So
absolutely. Some characters just write themselves.
No, really, they do. Every character here is based off something. Even this robot is based off something that we've dealt with in our lives, me and the players, because it's based off D&D. And when I made the D&D game, I figured every enemy they run into is someone that we've come in contact with that's annoyed us in our lives. And so I love to torment my players and bring in things that they hate.
Yeah.
So,
I like it. So your buddy Kevin over at Ink Marketing sent me a couple things. You mind if I show this video off real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
This little clip. All right, everybody check this out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Basically, I like
Awesome.
it. See, that's the thing when you do it in StreamYard, you got to keep that 30-second clip. It's like, but it worked. I mean, that's a nice little clip. It shows pretty much all your mains, right?
Yeah. Reach isn't. He kind of comes and goes. Reach is my tech guy, and in the game, Obi has a family. He's got a daughter, and he was working like 2 full-time jobs at one point in time, so he couldn't always make the games. So we've kind of written him in some areas where he's doing stuff in the background, because even on those games he couldn't show up. He'd message me and be like, "Hey, can I work on this?" Because in D&D, if you've played it, if you want to make something, there is a time frame that you have to be able to make it. So you can't actually do anything in those time periods. It's like a long rest. And so I just treat his character as being on a long rest whenever he's not around. So not having him in there, I don't think that hurt his feelings. But the cat has no real world representation other than my own cat, and I don't think he's going to be butthurt about not being in a video. As long as I give him some wet food later, he'll be fine. But Samedi he's right here on the cover of issue 3. He's kind of everybody's favorite character for some reason, except he's like this sarcastic, snarky little jerk of a cat. Because if you have a cat, I mean, I always picture my cat in real life. If he could talk, he'd be a snarky jerk. So I made Samedi a snarky little. Yeah, they're all jerks. But
they're all.
I'm can I zoom in? Yeah, I can. Cool. So this right here is there's two covers for issue 3. There's the hero side and the villains, and if you put them together, you'll have one big piece that was done by Mo Luzbin and Cristiano Cruz. I'm still blown away by this cover, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
The original idea was that it to be a fold out, like a 90s style fold out, but my printer couldn't accomplish that with the paper we wanted. So we decided to go with 2 covers. I figured people can pick out the heroes or the villains, or they can do one. But I'm also going to do this as a poster. This is available as an add-on through the Indiegogo as well. And I've got on here some interior pages. One of my favorites right here, Caliber just doing what Caliber does, which is when he's encountering a villain that he really doesn't feel like dealing with, he just blows them up. We got Spectre here. He is my pink fireball throwing, knife shooting guy who's kind of hard-headed as well. He's the youngest member of the team. Doesn't always end well for him, as you can see here. Caliber and Boulder have to come in and save him quite often. Just some interior panels from issue 1, issue 2 right here.
The book right there.
This is one of my favorite pictures of Samedi, because my cat sits here and looks at me like this when he's hungry. So I had to make a big picture of him looking at me like he's hungry again. And then this is an interior page from issue 3 right here. This is when the book kind of takes a whole twist and turn. So
What's
one
the
of my
cat's
favorite.
name?
Samedi? He spells it differently than the guy. Yeah. So you can see he's got the skull face on him. And he wears a purple tie and a top hat.
That's great. Samedi, I love it.
So the character Samedi, he's bound to Austin, who's Spectre. And in real life, Austin's actually allergic to cats. So, if you play D&D and if you've been a dungeon master before, players can just request everything. And so there was a trade-off. He wanted this god character that he could call upon, so I gave him a cat. And the cat doesn't even really respond to him very well. And since he's allergic to him, if he spends more than 4 hours with him, he takes disadvantages on all of his attacks. So there's a plus and minus for him. And I think it's just great because the allergy thing takes into effect in the game. And he hated me for it. But again, that's part of being a dungeon master. Your characters always have to hate you.
Right.
So for those of you that haven't checked out Crit yet, this is my
great dungeon master to make a great game. It does. I mean, to have real fun in a tabletop RPG, you have to have a really good DM. It's just the way it is.
This is our second game as a whole group. The Caliber, Brad, in real life, he's the one that showed me how to DM. He's been playing Dungeons and Dragons since he was like 6 years old. And this whole group I actually met when I moved to Boone, North Carolina. Didn't know anything about Dungeons and Dragons. And all the guys pulled me aside and said, hey, you want to play Dungeons and Dragons with us one day? And at the time, I was a manager at GameStop, and I was like, guys, I'm a nerd, but I'm not that nerdy. And they got me into it. We played Mass Effect.
And look at you now.
Yeah, so I learned how to DM from him, and both of us together have actually created this homebrewed version, and we've got about 400, 500 hours into it now of actual world building and creation. It's funny, actually. Jason is a character in the game now. He comes in at some point. We haven't really fleshed out his superpowers yet because I want to let him have a chance to actually come in and play it sometime. But I try to bring everyone I know into the game in some place. Like my wife has a character somewhere. My kid is this weird dragon character that's kind of like Samedi. She's a bird dragon thing because that's what she actually asked for, was a bird dragon thing. So I created this amalgamation. Jason is what he is in real life. In real life, he walks around with AR-15s and bulletproof vests and things. So I made his character in the game similar to that. He's the right-hand man of one of our main security forces. And so just about everybody I meet that has some kind of influence on my life, I like to put them in there as something. Mm-hmm. One of my best friends, who we play Xbox together. He lives like halfway across the state now. We were talking one day, and he was doing this stupid rap on Xbox, and so I was like, you know what? You're going to be a rapper in my comic book. So when they're scrolling on their iPods, you might see Rin Mac, and he's in real life that's his Xbox name. So I try to put a lot of those real life references because I always feel like the people I know, if they can hold something and it has some kind of resemblance to them, it makes it more important. You asked about like making the comic book, and a lot of my players started playing differently when they held the book in their hand for the first time. So it's a really cool feeling to see my players and like get excited about seeing their dudes on paper. It's fun for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun. I just got Mojo a couple weeks ago. The one with me in it. It was like going through and reading it was just like so much fun because I really didn't know what the story was going to be. So I got to see myself running from the bad guy and then taking shots at the bad guy and then get knocked out and off into oblivion and nobody knows what happened to me.
The guys from Slate actually just put Jason in one of their books too.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's fun. It's
Making
fun.
it around.
When the community starts including their fans and including each other and cross promoting and all this, it all matters, man. Y'all just keep doing what you're doing. I always say this because it's always true. Half hour goes by too freaking fast when I'm talking to people like you.
Oh, yeah. So yeah. I mean, I can scroll through here, but you guys should check it out on Indiegogo. I'm really close to unlocking the next stretch goal, which is we just unlocked the poster. We unlocked an issue of Burlap #1 digital. We're about to unlock the Crossbones #1 digital. So that's all. That's our third stretch goal. If we hit 60 backers, I'm gonna print the original 0 issue. It's never been printed before. It'll never be printed again. It'll be a one-time thing for this campaign. So we're about 22 backers away. Got 11 days left. We can see if we can hit it. I guess I gotta update my my computer here.
Of course, you're in the middle of something.
Everybody knows now.
Yeah, I get that during every CromCon. You need to do this and that.
Skynet starts. It restarts the computers.
But yeah,
I have had the power go out during CromCon where I was actually out for 2 hours.
Oh wow!
And my co-host Phil and our guest co-host Will handled the show just fine. I just sat here in the dark with the candle reading comic books till the power came back on, and then jumped back in the stream.
Improvise.
Yeah, last time I was on your show, my internet went out.
That's what I mean. It's like there's no, sometimes they just don't want us to be out here, but we're still going to do it. Hey, it's great talking to you guys again, as always.
Yeah, man,
go ahead and tell everybody again where they can find you each individually.
So I'm on Instagram at Homebrewed Comics. I'll let Jason say his piece.
I'm on Instagram at The Convictor, so you can find me there.
Okay,
and,
so I'm not on Instagram at all. They're both in the Madness. You can also find them in the Madness.
Yep.
Oh yeah, we're on Facebook too. The Convictor on Facebook, so you can find us there, no problem. Convictor Comics on Facebook. So
Mine's
we're
Homebrewed
around.
Comics, but it's a X instead of a CS. But definitely check it out.
Way to say it.
Yeah, I'm the cool guy apparently, but someone had mine. But definitely, I did want to stress to everybody that we got the Convictor Hunter's Moon coming out.
She's coming finally.
I'll let Jason say it since it's his birthday coming up soon. It's a big deal for him. This is 35 years in the making right here.
Yeah, a character I created over 35 years ago. I finally, as a 40. What's that? Yeah.
So you're about
as
50?
Yeah. I turned 49. And
right.
so I, as part of the bucket list, I decided to make this guy I've been drawing for almost 40 years, doodling and write my own comics, ash cans and all that stuff. I decided to make it a real comic as part of a bucket list. So here we are. And I have a lot of amazing support. So
if you guys are still up and if you guys are still up messing around in 90 minutes, I'd throw this thing open to everybody so you can come back out if you want.
Yeah, you never know.
I'm just saying, I throw this thing open in 90 minutes. We got 3 more guests, and then we just go open until it's over. So
okay, cool. Well, Pops, I'll let you get the next person in here. Thank you for your time today. Definitely check out.
Yeah, seriously, thanks, Pop.
Appreciate it. Nice meeting you, Jason. Thanks a lot.
You too.
You guys have a good evening.
You got it, man. Thank you.
Right. That guy is Darin Munsey. And, he also has a book that we've been talking about in the Madness a little bit. Oh, where's all my banners? I got too many banners back in this backspace. Way too many banners back here.
Yeah, it kind of sounds like my wallpaper selection.
Is it that one? It's that one, right?
I can't see.
Demon Ink?
Yeah.
Demon Ink. There you go. All right.
There it goes. Now I see it.
Yeah, all right. We'll get this right. I don't have my backup here. So we're doing this, by the seat of our pants, but I do believe that's the proper background as well.
Yes, sir.
There we go.
Fun fact about that one. Whenever Kevin was helping me put it together, he made the exact same mistake I did whenever I was first trying to get into the line art of what the logo looks like. And I was so entranced in what I was doing that I wasn't paying attention to spelling. And I pronounced it the Rouge instead of the Rogue. And he did the same damn thing. He sent that to me, and I couldn't help but laugh because it was the same thing. It was like, dude, that's freaking awesome.
All I saw was Rogue because I'm a
yeah.
Thing for redheads with stripes in their hair. I don't know, something. But I was talking to Kevin earlier. He sent this over. He sent a little video we're going to show off in a little while.
Hell yeah, that video came out really awesome.
Yeah. So go ahead and tell people a little bit about your project, and if you got a link to what do you want to pull up? Like, do you want to share a screen and show some stuff off? Because
Yep, that's my doggo.
I always have them on my lap. Don't worry about it.
I don't suppose there's a way for me to share my iPad. Would there be?
If you can share, you can share the screen if you're, you have the link, right? If you have the link, you can share the screen. You just, use the link. I wish I could.
The link that you sent me. Okay, let me try it.
Yeah. I am definitely not the tech guy. So
hey, all this StreamYard stuff is very new to me too. So.
Oh man, my tech guy is not here, so I fumble with stuff I'm trying to talk to people, and I'm trying to fumble with stuff in the background, and whatnot. And it's like I understand. It's like he can't always be here. He's got stuff to do too. My usual backup co-host was out there all day doing stuff, and he's falling asleep right now, so I couldn't pull him in here. So, hey, we're winging it. What can I say?
Hey, some of my best friends just took me out to dinner, so I'm a little tired too. Alrighty.
We got
I
Kevin.
think I might have just gotten it. How's it going, Kevin?
You got what?
What?
What do we got?
What?
It must be bedtime because I'm being attacked by the monkey. Oh.
Sonic.
Say hi.
Hi. He wants to show you.
You want to show off your Sonic pajamas? Hold on, we'll show them. There you go. See, there they are. There he is. Sonic boy. Okay, say bye, everybody.
Bye.
Say
Bye.
Bye. Watch time.
That's the best commercial I ever had. Can you tell them too? Tell them to watch Clown Con.
Watch Clown Con.
There you go.
Heck
That's
yeah.
the best commercial I've ever had right there. All right, yes, that screen is there. It's right
It
there.
was. Now,
Well,
how
it
do I
was
share the screen that's on there?
It was looking right at you. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't want it to look at my double chin there.
Thank you, Sherry. They are those my grandkids, and I love them. Loves them.
Yeah, there's my mom there, one of my biggest supporters right there. Okay, so unfortunately, my iPad does not want to cooperate.
Okay. Well,
It's still busy.
should I just pull up the Demon Link? Share the Demon Link page. We can do that too.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
All right, that's what I'll do.
The website. Kevin also helped put that together. Well, not help. He did it, and it really came out. It came out really cool. So
I know how that Kevin did it. I know how that works.
Yeah.
He beat it all the time.
Yeah,
Hey, this. I'm like, no, can you help me do this? He just does it, send it back.
Hey, I used to be good with technology, but whenever it comes to website creation, I'll do something that I think looks cool, then I'll see something that he does, and it's like, mine look like shit.
I'm just not that, I'm just not that good at any of that, any of it. This is, like I said, I'm not a con promoter. I'm not none of this stuff that my life has changed into the last year. So this is what we're talking about, right?
There we go.
All right, I got the right place. Look at that. So what do you want to look at first?
First off, me and my little buddy over there. So first off, let's talk about the new one, because I know that's the one that everyone wants to know about right now. So The Rogue is a crime-riddled drama series, and it is going to be kind of tackling, if you're familiar with Sons of Anarchy, it's going to be, it's going to be taking a lot of, how would you explain it? A lot of inspiration from that on how outlaw culture is, but I wanted to put my own spin on it because I often wondered, after seeing some of my family members, they've unfortunately been through like struggles with addiction, struggles with, just doing some very unfortunate activities that are not necessarily considered legal. So I often ask myself, what would it take for me personally to go that insane, or not insane, bad word. What would it take to push me over the brink, to make me go rogue, so to speak? What would push me to an outlaw life? And that's where Reese comes in. I feel like I put a lot of myself into him. He's one of those people that really wants to look out for everyone that he loves and cares about. He wants to do right by everybody, but unfortunately, eventually you get strung out too far. You can't. You get stretched too far, and you can't please everybody. And basically where we see him in the Rogue is the beginning of all of his work struggles, financial struggles, and just many other stresses in his life, basically coming to a toll here, and he eventually snaps, without spoiling too much.
He eventually does what most people do. They had not enough.
Pretty much. So that's kind of a quick run through of issue 1. It's going to basically show. It's really setting the stage for both the world, Reese, and one of he calls him his brother, but it's really his best friend, Corbin. He also has some very interesting characteristics that I'm going to be exploring in the future.
Okay, so is this all just you?
Yes. Not the artwork. The artwork I did. It was done by, and I can't even believe how amazing his art came out. Rafael Dantes. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. I know I'm pronouncing Rafael right, but yeah, I know Rafael. I'm hoping Dantes was pronounced right. But he did all of the interiors. He did the covers, anything art-wise except for my logo. He did, and in fact, the Rogue logo. As a matter of fact, behind that picture of me and Sparky is the Rogue logo, and Jeremy Parker actually did the art and coloring for that, and it came out beautiful. He does amazing work.
I'm gonna hire your mom to be my co-host. She's over here like dropping the questions. What are some of the hardships that lead Reese to go bad, so to speak?
Well, in many cases, man, she's just gonna post nothing but comments now. I mean, I guess it's good for questions, but
yeah, I mean, as long as you don't expose things you don't want known,
See, that's the problem. I don't want to say too much so that people are like, yeah, I already know what's going to happen. That's why I'm trying to leave, a lot to the imagination and kind of tiptoe around it. But the stuff I am comfortable with speaking with is Reese is, let's see, Reese. He's very much like all of us.
Hi, Trish.
I saw that. But Reese is going to be going through a lot in this issue, and there's a lot of stuff that we can't, obviously, in a whole issue, I can't show several years worth of struggles that he goes through. But it's heavily implied from the very beginning. He's financially struggling, he's struggling just to get food on the table. And, he's also worried about doing what's best for his wife, and I don't know if I should say, I'm not going to say it because I don't necessarily want to show one of the critical things that make him go rogue. Yeah, I don't want to say that part, but
I can do that. Where is this based at? Where is it based at?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas, y'all.
In fact, I believe it's page 6 that they full out say it's hotter than shit out in Fort Worth, Texas.
we have a lot of friends in Texas. I lived in Garland for almost a year. I'm not a big fan because Garland is like, man, talk about cops that just want to be mean.
I'm very fortunate where I live. I have some that they're fair. They're very fair. In fact, one of my I don't know if he's watching this. He probably isn't, but if he is, Damien, you're freaking awesome. Brandon, if you're watching, you're also awesome. But I got lucky around there. In fact, they actually, I know Damien did. I can't remember if I asked Brandon any questions, but he actually he helped with some critical plot points for issue 2. He had he asked, or he basically kind of helped me how would a cop think about certain things.
Right.
So when doing research, they were very kind and awesome to help out with that.
And you definitely want that. That's
Well, yeah, I'm trying to go for as realistic a gritty world as I possibly can.
Somebody's actual life experience to transfer over.
Exactly.
Billy has a question. He wants to know what were your inspirations for the Rogue, and are any of these your actual life experiences that you're putting into the series?
Yes. I personally haven't been. I mean, obviously, work-related stresses, financial stresses. I'm pretty certain everyone's gone through at least one point in their life where they're just struggling, man. I mean, especially with the last year we had, it's been very rough. But in specific, as far as the outlaw stuff goes, I don't want to say which parents. I don't want to say it because he's definitely different now. But I saw a lot of outlaw and animalistic natures and people struggling with addiction, firsthand, and it had a horrible effect on me. I mean, I guess technically at this point it's probably a good thing, but bad circumstances. But anyways, I saw a lot of some crazy things that had happened, and I heard some of the most heartbreaking stories that others that he was around had gone through. And that's actually where, I mean, for instance, Corbin's character, he's going to go through a very rough transition. I don't want to necessarily say how or why, but in the future, he's definitely going to have his moments where he's going to, a lot of the stories that I had heard my dad talk about or messed up instances, it was one of those things that inspired me to write a character that seemingly is all well, but on the other side of the spectrum, he's going through so much behind the scenes. You always hear about that one person that doesn't talk about what's going on. So, I guess those would be some of what inspired me.
So Kevin sent us a little video. You want to show off this video?
Oh, hell yeah.
I like your enthusiasm, Darin. Oh, that's not long enough. That's not long enough, Kevin.
I know.
I want 30 seconds. Even if it's just 30 seconds of revving the engine, I want 30 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, whenever we were getting the stuff for the video, I had sent him a link, or at least I started to send him a link, and a lot of the raw footage that I had got corrupted before I sent it to him, so it kind of delayed that. So, that didn't work out. But it is a testament to how hard he works. He actually got that done, and I think, was it maybe 2 days, 3 days? He was quick. He did good, really good.
He gets with me all the time, sending, asking me what I need, and it's like, I know how busy he is, and I'm like, man, this is the bare minimum, bro. We get by, get by, just the bare minimum. We don't need too much, I mean, he's got people that he's obligated to do stuff for monetarily, and it's like, I'm not one of them. He doesn't owe me anything. I don't pay him, so I'm at the bottom of that list of people that he does. I want him to know that I should be at the bottom of the list of people that he does stuff for, And there he is. It's just the teaser pops. Okay, as long as there's a full one coming, we're good. And there, again, is what things in the book are going to attract readers to look at the book, other than the fast cars and hot women and,
So far, the only hot woman is Audrey, and that is Reese's wife. And I'm very ready to. On one end, I say I'm ready to put the characters through the ringer, but on one end, it also kind of hurts to put them through the ringer. But anyways, what's going to attract them?
experience in that lifestyle, there is a lot of hot women. Okay. I'm just saying, just from my own life experience and the not so savory life that I have.
Hey, trust me, and this series is expected to go. I mean, I already have the first 20 issues already scheduled or scripted, ready to go. And yes, there will be a scene that I think you'll like, Pops. I think you'll really like it. But
it's not so much the scene. I'm just saying it's like.
Oh no, I got you.
Having been through some pretty much that kind of stuff. There's always hot women running around. Always. I think it just goes with that territory, the bad boy, and
Oh yeah,
goes with that territory. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, how do you think Reese got Audrey?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, some of Reese's friends got to have some hot women's too.
I'm certain you'll see some very, very interesting things. But as far as what's going to attract people to the book is definitely the characters. That is something that I put months, years into, is just trying to get these characters to feel real, relatable, and interesting, intriguing. I think that's the same thing. But my main thing is getting the characters right. If the characters don't feel real, then there's no point to telling a story because it doesn't feel right. If you could feel like you could get to know this person truly, then I'm doing a good job. But if you feel like you don't know enough and you have a whole issue dedicated to them, then I'm not doing that job because then you won't know the character. You gotta relate and you gotta really fall for the characters in order to follow them as far as they go.
See, it's the bad boy thing. See what I'm talking about? See?
Really, Kevin? I got you doing it.
I got him outing himself now. Look, it's the bad boy thing. See?
Oh goodness!
That's how it is.
Hot women in cars. Hot women in cars.
There it is. I mean, there was a time in my life when those were two of the things that I spent most of my time messing with. Hot women and fast cars, I mean, so I can dig that, Kevin. I understand that.
Hey, I can dig that too. I did that back in high school. Billy, don't say a damn word. I know he's watching, but don't you say a damn word. Oh gosh.
He said, Billy?
But I guarantee you he's doing something along those lines, but yeah, main thing is going to be characters. Probably the one that I spent the most time with in this specific one is naturally Reese, but it's also planting the seeds for many of the characters to grow. In fact, for eagle-eyed viewers, eagle-eyed readers, they'll definitely see some seeds being placed for what's going to happen in issue 2. And I'm not just talking about the ending, but somewhere in there, if you pay attention, you'll start to understand where issue 2 is probably going to go.
Nice. I like the whole concept because you started out with, are you familiar with Sons of Anarchy? And I went,
that was one of me and my brother's favorite shows.
It didn't take much more than that, to get, because I didn't know that was the direction of the book until you said that, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, probably one thing I should mention is the first issue won't have the crew being formed. That's what I mean. Heck, I'm trying to have like 10-part series that build up to the thing. There's 4 parts in Foundation. Each one has 10 issues, and this is basically building up to the formation of my own version of like Sons of Anarchy. And obviously the crew, called the Rogue. So I think the build up will lead to a much bigger payoff in the end, because in shows like Sons of Anarchy, you see all these really cool things, but how did they get to there? How did they form it? How did they go through their own form of democracy and stuff as such? And that's one thing that I am really excited to go forward with.
That was one thing I was going to ask is, are you going to revisit the past and how they became what they are?
Yes.
In the middle of the story, and it's like there's stuff before that you get to tell. I like when people do that and they leave that open to go back and build that backstory rather than build it in the beginning and be locked into it and never
that's true.
Adjust anything. You're just kind of stuck with Uncle Ben, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh gosh. Well, that's oh man, that's one thing that I was really working hard to do, because I was trying to set up lessons for characters to learn even before getting the story truly set out properly. And one of those things is there's going to be a very hard lesson that Reese has to learn about, doing the thing that he's doing. I almost slipped and said how it's going to affect him, but I'd rather let readers check it out. But there's going to be hard lessons for a lot of the mainstays to learn.
Okay, we got one more question. We got 3 minutes left. We got one more question. How is it different from the Sons of Anarchy? It's a car club, not a biker club, right?
Perfect. Yeah, I'm not going to have my own version of Clay. I'm going to have nothing but Jack's Tellers, because those are the only good fucking characters.
I love it.
Had to throw an F-bomb in there. I'm sorry. But anyways.
Madness.
Exactly. You got to have madness on here.
But madness. Every now and then, if I have to do this, then I just do this. It's we have. Hey,
I don't think I have to do that until we start talking about dumb rabbits. Then.
I think I break the rules more than anybody. If there are rules, which other than just being nice to each other, have fun.
Yeah.
That's what I say. Have fun, man. I'm always
exactly. Have some fun. If you don't have any fun, by the end of this year, everyone we like is going to get canceled anyways. So.
Final question. How much fun did you have putting together this book?
This is actually really interesting. The scripting part of it, I was about a year and a half ago, I was in a very horribly toxic relationship. And it got to the point that anytime, because I was writing the book around that time, or scripting it, and it was very hard. Anytime I started to write, it would bring that feeling, that stigma of something that was really, really, really. Thank you, Darin. But anyways, so that was one thing that I kind of struggled with at the beginning. So that's actually what led to Dumb Rabbits being created, which we'll talk about another time, I'm sure. But But as far as
that's the question. Are you having fun?
Oh yes, now I am. Yes.
I don't want you to go back to where it was depressing. I'm saying,
Well, that's what I was getting to. It got way better. In fact, just seeing the stuff that Raphael made, it was awesome. I had so much fun doing that part.
That's awesome. Darin, as always, it's great talking to you. I'm going to pop into an hour. I think our next two guests are coming out together, and they're going for the next hour. So this is going to be super interesting. I think that's what they're doing because they're both in the backstage. So, Darin, as always, it's great talking to you.
It's great talking to you, too.
I know I'm going to see you again in a couple of weeks, right?
I should.
All right. Talk to you later, bro. Have a good night.
You too. You take care.
All right. So we have our next two guests coming out. Well, our next guest coming out, and I'll ask him what's up. I'll ask him what's up. What's up?
Hello, Pops. This is
How you
Heroineburgh in Pittsburgh.
That's the wrong one.
Can you
There
hear
it
me?
is. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
How
Pop.
you-
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. All right, all right. We're just talking at the same time. That's all. We're good. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. We're from Pittsburgh, PA, and speaking of hot women's, we got them.
Yes, I know you do got them.
And yeah.
Did you want to bring Marvin out right now? Are we all out here together for an hour?
Yeah,
What do you
Marvin
do?
can come in. All Pittsburgh, all the time.
What's going on?
Hail to
Cool.
the Marvin.
That makes it easy for me. I don't have to transition no more. We can just do this until 10 o'clock and then just open the stream up. Anybody else wants to jump in, they jump in too.
It's
There
a
you go.
win-win situation.
There you go. Marvin, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm great, man. I'm awesome. Let me fix these banners. I ain't got my backup here, but let me see. How about that one? We'll start with that one. Oh wait, I can do both of them, can't I? I can do this. Watch. No. Listen. Hold up. We'll put that one up and that one up. Look at that.
It's multitasking.
Everybody around here. What do you think? So who wants to go first, gentlemen?
Heroineburgh can go first.
What?
You can go first.
Oh, okay, yeah. Look, hey, it's my buddy, Awesome Card Games in the house. He did a review for our first issue. Yeah, there he is.
Nice. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I can definitely go first. You got our Facebook. You can put up our website too. That's the main thing, really. Heroineburgh.com.
Okay, let me.
So,
let me get that.
So you got questions for us, or should we just kind of expound, Pops? What do you think?
Start out by introducing yourself.
Okay,
and
well,
then let Marvin introduce himself, and then we'll tackle one book, and then we'll tackle the other book, and then we'll just like free for all.
sounds great. So you can just call me Heroineburgh, and I'm the creator of an all-female superhero universe from a fantastic version of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And it started out as a live-action video series in 2017. So far, we have 19 full-length episodes. People are downloading. We got a lot of fans in Europe, actually. And yeah, last year we turned it into a comic book as well. And we have 2 issues out. And the issues are available both from our website and also from over 120 stores across North America and a couple overseas.
120 stores across North America.
That's right.
For all my friends watching, you want to give everybody just a little taste of how you accomplished that.
We called people directly. Like, you remember the 80s when, like, Dave Sim got on the phone and called stores individually about Cerebus? That's exactly what we did. Basically, so Marvin's with Diamond, but obviously it took him a while to get there. We're too new for Diamond, you know, and we were waiting for Alterna to pop the trigger, but they haven't. So during the COVID time, we decided, hey, let's just call stores ourselves. Bill them through PayPal, tell them about the comic, and see how many people bite. And we get about a 40% positive response. There's our website. You can click through it. That's the front page of it, done by our excellent webmaster, Andy. And all of the character art you see is by Jason Wright, who is a very accomplished DC Comics artist. He just came off the 12 issues of Metal Men. And right now he's working actually for a couple of CG guys. But yeah, he did Green Lantern, a whole bunch of stuff. So that's season 1 of Heroineburgh. We're up to season 2 now. We're up to our 19th episode. Each one of the episodes has its own little trailer. It's live action, all produced entirely in Pittsburgh with an all Pittsburgh-based cast. So we made a TV show, a low-budget TV show with real costumes, spandex capes, superpowers, you know, using After Effects and the whole 9. And then we turned it into a comic book. And if you click on where it says comic book, eventually, you will see our number 1 and number 2 issues. And you'll also see a list of all the stores it's sold at, too. There's issue number 1 with the Jason Wright cover. The interiors by Ben Barnett. Back cover there by of Genia by Marcel Walker. And a little synopsis of the story. And people can actually order it by pressing that button for $9.99 postpaid or $19 international. But like I said, it's also available at over 120 stores, and we got a grand list on the page under comic books. So yeah, there's number 2. That's our newest issue. Another great Jason Wright cover. Interior by Wayne Brown and Ben Barnett, and back cover again by Marcel of Poderosa, the Latina Superwoman. She's kind of like a cross between Power Girl and Lois Lane, I guess. And yeah, there's some of our other heroines as well. Again, a synopsis. Order it by pushing the button or go to the stores. There's an interior page with the battle at the bottom there, battling flying Destructo robots at downtown Pittsburgh. There's our heroines. Those are all live action actresses. So when Jason makes these drawings, he basically draws the live action ladies in their suits.
Nice.
They look like in the comic book.
Nice.
Those are the heroines, the good guys. And then there's a page of villains as well.
That's
each
one
one
of
of
the good guys.
yeah, those are the good guys. Each one of them represents a neighborhood in Pittsburgh and an ethnicity and a profession. So, for example, if you look at the one on the right there in black and gold, right, that's Pittsburgh colors. Oh.
Let me go back. Hold on.
Well, I can really tell you about any of them, but yeah, that one, for example, that's our Indian heroine, Arogia, the healer. So in real life, she's a doctor at the University of Pittsburgh, and she gets the powers to alter people's biology. She can either heal human tissue or harm it, right?
Nice.
So she kind of violates her own little, what do you call it? Hippocratic oath, right? Yeah. Never to, yeah, but you gotta, cause people some pain to capture them, right? There's the villains.
Yeah, some bad guys just ain't walking in with their hands out.
No, they're not. Here are all the villains, and you can see for yourself. They also have various powers, and they come from different neighborhoods and different situations. That one is the one in pink and black. That's Scintilla. That's one of our.
That's one. Check it out. I like.
That's one of our favorite actresses. She's a little bit like Catwoman in that she starts out having a really boring accountant job, and then when she gets her powers, she realizes her fantasy of being a latex-clad supervillainess, and she even she's a little kinky because her weapons are rubber fetish paddles there, but she has 2 superpowers. She has precognition, which means she knows what people are going to do 5 or 6 seconds ahead of time, so she can defeat them easily. And she also has the power to generate a huge flash of light that blinds people so she can get away, kind of like a bombardier beetle, blast people. So, yeah, she's kind of a Catwoman figure, a thief. And, yeah, the one on the right is Red Gina. She's kind of our She-Hulk. When she gets angry, she bulks up and, becomes more super with her anger, rage powers. So that's a good example of some of our characters we got there. There are also, of course, male characters. There's Drake right there. We have him drawn in the comics, but we didn't have one that Jason drew yet. Drake is the main male villain. He's a corrupt
cop. He's a corrupt cop.
Yeah. He's inside the force. He's a detective who secretly runs a crime ring, and we also have good cops too. We have good cops that in fact, manage the superheroines who are endorsed by the mayor of the city, right? But he's a bad cop, and his group is called the Black Faction. They're a bunch of supervillains who are trying to undermine the heroines of the city and discredit them so that they'll lose their endorsement by the mayor. So yeah, they do all kind of underhanded things. They can both confront them directly and indirectly, to thwart the heroines. Yeah, you have
our girl there, Mesmera. She's a Zach Wild fan, right? She's got to be a Zach Wild fan, right?
That's funny. Does Zach Wild hypnotize people with that guitar?
Well, I mean, he gives his art till he bleeds. I don't know. That's
okay. Yeah, she's more of I don't know. She's more of a hypnosis girl. Mistress.
I was just looking at the outfit, and I was like, man, that's Zach's guitar. She's got to be a Zach fan. Look at her.
A little bit, yeah, somewhat, yeah. She hypnotizes people, gets them to do stuff for her. She enslaves them with her hypnotism powers.
Nice. I like it.
Mesmerizes them, yeah. So
Chlorina,
yeah.
I think we know what that is. Chlorina. I think we figured that one out.
Well, I have a funny joke about her. So she controls people and poisons them with toxic gas, right? So we like to say she has the power of toxic gasculinity. Get it?
Right. That's one mean bean right there.
Yep.
Ba-dum-dum.
Badum, yeah. So some of them haven't been drawn yet, so you see some photos there as well. But those are some of the villains that the heroines fight in the series.
The queen bee. There you go.
Yep, Devora the queen bee. She
there's always has to be a bug.
She turns everyone into drones with her pollen. She makes them do her bidding, and she flies around too with the little wings on her back.
Nice.
Yeah. So there you go. That's pretty much the story. So the story of Heroineburgh is that a meteor explodes above the city, and various people with XX chromosomes get superpowers. Some of them turn evil and get greedy, right? And some of them band together to form the Heroine League and decide to do good. So, and of course, there are various characters who switch sides or pretend to be on one side when they're really on the other. So we have some double agents and what we call anti-heroines as well. This is season 1. You can see the episodes, and that's where people download them. They download them straight from the website.
Nice.
Yep. And the synopses of each episode are on the drop downs. If you click on it, you get a little synopsis.
I like it. It's a comic TV show.
Yep. And we're very influenced by all eras of superhero television, but especially the 70s and early 80s. So if you're thinking about Linda Carter, Wonder Woman, Adam West with Batgirl and Catwoman, Electra Woman and Dinah Girl, Isis, Buck Rogers with Colonel Wilma. Those are kind of our original influences, right? From back when we were small. And, we certainly love stuff like Xena, Black Scorpion, Dark Angel, some of the CW shows. Our favorite one is probably Stargirl. And we love The Boys. We love all the ladies on The Boys.
Right.
So, yeah. And,
cool.
Some of our comic book influences would be from the 80s would be George Perez with Teen Titans and Wonder Woman. And more recent stuff might be Invincible or Empowered. As far as just classic superhero stuff that's both funny and campy and, spandex-like.
Right. So, yeah, that's Heroineburgh. And it's comic book. It's TV show.
Right. And I can't forget
my friend Brad here. He lives here in town where I live, and he's already ready for issue 3.
Brad has both issues, which is very, I think he does. Pretty sure he does. He ordered them direct from the site, which anybody can do. We don't have any stores yet in Minneapolis, so if you want to give us some recommendations, we're happy to. But yeah,
Minneapolis, huh? I can't remember. Brad, my friend Brad here. He lives here in town. Who's from Minneapolis?
Aren't you in Minneapolis?
No, I'm not in Minneapolis, but I was born there.
Oh, you were born. Yeah. Okay, I misunderstood. Sorry about that.
That's where I grew up.
Okay.
My beginnings in Minneapolis. Yes.
Oh, I see. Yeah. We don't have any stores yet in Minnesota, though. But we have. Where are you now, then, Pops?
I'm in Southwest Michigan.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have a couple stores in Michigan. We our favorite is Fanfare in Kalamazoo.
Okay. That's not far. All right, I know where I'm
that's a nice guy. Very nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. What about Indiana? Any place there?
Yeah, Comics Elite has our stuff in Indianapolis.
All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, the one in Kazoo, that ain't far away in Fanfare. I've been there before, so I know where I can get your book now. See, I'm all about getting in the stores, man. That's just like my.
Oh, you have to support your
empty.
LCS. We support we support our local comic stores pretty heavily in Pittsburgh, and we actually Marvin and I have a series on my YouTube channel called Comicsburg, where we interview people from Pittsburgh, both creators and store owners, and we're also already up to our 6th episode on that. So if you go to our YouTube channel, you'll get Comicsburg episodes. Yeah, okay. We'll try
Brad knew where I was going when I was saying, what about Indiana? Yeah, that's my normal LCS right there, Buy Me Toys in South Bend. That's or Mishawaka, I think, is actually where they're at. But that's my spot right there.
I've been to South Bend once. Yeah. Well, it's basically Notre Dame, so Notre Dame.
There you go. There you go. Not that I'm a Notre Dame fan, but there you go. I'm maroon and gold, man, and I got to be maroon and gold in both the cities that I grew up in. I got to be maroon and gold with the Gophers, and I got to be maroon and gold with the Sun Devils. So, woo! So I never had to change my colors.
Like those colors. Well, we're black and gold here in Pittsburgh mostly. So.
Yeah, I know. Everybody knows.
Yeah, we don't really do sports references so much in the comic, but we do have both in the live action series and in the comic book. Pittsburgh is a very prominent character. You get lots of buildings, lots of backgrounds, lots of neighborhoods that we film in. So yeah, Pittsburgh is real important. I would say that we are to Pittsburgh as FemForce is to Orlando. If you know about the comic book FemForce from the 80s. Right, exactly. Yeah, so that's based in Orlando, like kind of a fantastic version of Orlando. And we're the same thing, based in a fantastic version of Pittsburgh. Yeah, we really love Bill Black and FemForce a lot.
Yeah, I got quite a bit of indies over there, my thing is like I like to go back and read all that old stuff every now and then. It's like I'll just go through my indie drawers and grab 10, 12 books and put them over on the reading table, and then that's my next, 4 or 5 times I get to sit down and read. I'll read some of that old stuff.
Yeah, we just went over old stuff that I was reading when I was like 11 or 12. The Dilates for Hero series by Marv Wolfman and Carmine Infantino. We just reread a few of them because I wanted to see what the average age was of all the kids that created those characters, because that was the first time I realized you could create your own original characters, right? Really, most of those kids were like between 11 and 14, and I thought that was brilliant. That back then they haven't really done that since. Back then you could send in your own character, and DC would, Carmine Infantino would draw it, for an issue. I thought it was pretty amazing and inspiring to us. So yeah, I reread those a little bit. Awesome Card Games has a Tennessee question. Our first issue was in the 3 Rick's stores, Rick's Comic City in the Nashville area. And we have both issues in Nirvana Comics, which is in Knoxville. And our first issue was also in 901 Comics in Memphis. But the guy who's been the most loyal to us in Tennessee has definitely been Richard from Nashville. That's the guy that does Cult of Dracula, by the way. Richard Davis, a really successful indie. That's now on. That's not on Second Sight. That's on Source Point, right, Marvin?
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Have you guys talked to Danny Morales down there at the Collective in Florida?
Yes,
cool.
Definitely. Great guy, and he's about to move into his new store. So as soon as he does, he'll be putting number 2 up on his wall for us, and he's ordering the Edge for Marvin too. Marvin, go ahead and talk.
Yeah, go ahead, Marvin.
It's my turn now? Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm Marvin Wynn. I am publishing The Edge through Second Sight Studio. The Edge is a book about I would say a super steroid that gives you abilities, but as you use those abilities, it begins to drain you out, and eventually you're going to die. So the precursor of the book is a character named Revenant, who was a soldier for the government. He decides to go rogue because he has the secrets of the Edge that he wants to get out to the world. So his former handler Tartable forms a team to take him out. So that covers pretty much the first arc, where this team that is pretty much thrown together is trying to stop this master assassin, whose main ability is escaping from anything and being able to duplicate himself from a drop of blood.
Cool, cool. So one of the links there is for your coming soon. Subscribe to get the updates and whatnot.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and subscribe right now, real quick, because I like to do that. So there you go. I just subscribed to the Edge comic coming soon. That's what one of those links there is. The one scrolling by at the bottom is it, or is it the top one? The top one coming soon.
Yes, the top one. Yeah.
Okay. So let me see if I can pull up the screen for the other one.
So yeah, that's going to be the Facebook page where I post on there probably almost once a day sometimes, because the book is going to be was originally supposed to be out on the 3rd of March. It was moved to the 10th, then the 17th, and now officially is going to come out on 24th. So I've been doing promo since then, and I had to stop because the date kept moving.
Okay.
And appreciate that, Brad. I mean, I'm glad you like it. So right now, while you're doing that, we're working on issue 14 and 3 other titles that revolve around the World of the Edge. So we're doing what I'm calling gap books. So we're doing stories that take place between the arcs. So between 4 and 5, we're going to do a story. Between 9 and 10, we're going to do a story. And just today, I got the first 4 pages of the what Revenant is going to get his own little story. We're going to dive into the mind of a madman, of a guy who names his knife. So he calls his knife Mr. Idiom. Yeah, so this is that's our current character roster. So since this was done, we've added about 6 or 7 more characters.
Nice.
So this covers up until issue 14 of the characters that are going to show.
All right. So who do you want to look at? Or you want to go books? Issue 1, 2, 3, or 4? What do you want to look at?
Well, that's not up. If you want to go, just pop onto the Facebook page. I mean, that'll give you a better idea. That one is actually in motion, and I'm going to be working with the Andy who did Heroine's page to get my the website up to snuff. It's kind of a work in progress that I have stopped working on because I haven't had time to even look at it.
Okay, so this one.
There you go.
All right. So just tell me what you want me to show, or where, go to the photos. You want to look at the art?
Yeah. You go to the photos. So that's the Revenant character. That's the cover to issue number 4.
The homage cover.
Yes. Yes. So I mean that Wolverine cover is always going to be one of my favorite ones. Is why we wanted to do that.
Look, I got some Wolverine stuff. That's all I'll say.
That's the Wolverine with Hulk in the claw. So this is Chaos and his team, the Reign. So it's the Reign of Chaos. That's the second story arc. So this character is infected by the Edge. You can see half his body is starting to turn dark. And the female character on the right, that is not a costume. She is actually wearing a living creature.
Cool. Okay.
So each one of the characters that's around him are named after fallen angels. And we get into why that is later into the story.
Okay.
So that is issue 5.
There you go. You got Brad. Brad's telling me I need to get in on this.
Oh yeah. We're issue 14 is
he didn't know that.
Yeah. Issue 14 is in motion, and we're also working on 4 other titles that surround the book at the same time. So we're actually going to be up to 18 issues before summer.
Nice.
So we're ready to go with whatever. So this is our Dolly, kind of like Call Us for Help cover. That is issue 5.
Cool.
So that one is kind of going to be, this is issue 6. That's kind of going to be like possibly going to different stores. So the store's logo is going to be on that card.
Cool. I like that. Store exclusives. I like that.
This is the cover to issue 6. The events in issue 5 lead to a turning point in the leader of the team, Mystic, where, I mean, we do a lot of stuff where we like to play with the characters' abilities, and because we do it so they don't have a lot of control over these abilities. I don't think there's no muscle memory for powers for me, where you can learn and train yourself to use it. I mean, you can somewhat try to do it, but it's not going to work. So we have situations where this character is going to lose exactly who he is because his powers go crazy. So that's our leaving it. So this is also the issue. It's the cover where you can see the sword is broken.
Yeah.
And this is this guy's prized possession, and it's devastating for him when this happens.
Yeah, he don't look happy.
No. This is our issue. That's issue 7. This is kind of like a rebirth of the character. That's our double spread for issue 7, where the rain just goes nuts and starts attacking U.S. cities.
Nice.
That is our rebirth issue for issue 7.
Well, that's a great one.
Yeah, I like this. What else we got to look at?
No, there's a lot on there.
Who's that guy?
That's me. Yeah, probably just view all. So then that'll show you everything that's there.
Oh man, are you sure you want to show it all that?
Yeah, it's on the Facebook page. I mean, I'm not hiding anything.
All right, I'm checking her out, Lady Freedom.
That's one of the other titles from Second Sight that comes out on the 24th, Lady Freedom. It's kind of a female Captain America. So that's yes.
Wait,
that is that's the first issue cover. So that's going to be the direct sales cover.
So if I'm at Fanfare, that's what I'm looking for. That one right there. All right, cool.
That is another book from Second Sight, Chess. It is an international kind of mercenary team. They work clandestine with the government, but they take any jobs for the money. That's our Netho Diaz. This was a web exclusive cover from Second Sight, and that's our character Blaine going up against Revenant.
Nice.
That's one of our older covers. So that's our Trinity cover.
And this is you guys. I love the fact that you guys are like calling stores and getting it in the stores, because man, that's what everybody needs to do while this opportunity is available.
Right. I mean, that's how it all kind of happened, is that once the shutdown happened and we lost all the cons, we were in that Plan C group, and it was a free for all almost, with these stores saying we need product, and we had product. So it was a curse and a blessing almost at the same time.
Yeah, the Plan C Facebook group was actually kind of the original inspiration for going direct that Jen King started.
So if you remember, Heroineburgh was talking about their character Drake. We also have a Drake, and that's Drake there with the blonde hair, and that the character falling to his knees he's part of an organization called God's Thunder. They're an organization that hates people with powers. So their goal is.
There's always got to be one of those.
Oh, yeah, of course. So their thing is, we're going, not only do they want to discredit, they want to eliminate. So they unleash this massive creature to not only discredit them, but to take them out. So this guy is standing like 9 feet tall, and he's our juggernaut. So his first appearance pretty much is he appears on an island after walking like 30 miles underwater. Just to get it. Yeah. Well, he can't get on a plane, so he don't have no ID, no passport, so he's got to get to where he needs to go.
I know that feeling. I really do. Brad says he has a copy of Lady Freedom ordered too. And are those
those were done by an artist on Fiverr, Brad. We got more coming to those, so we got stickers coming. So what I'm doing right now is I'm packing up boxes of promo stuff to send out to stores.
Oh, there you go. What store is that from?
Is that the Erie store?
Oh, Books Galore. That's
Yeah,
from
Books
Erie,
Galore,
Pennsylvania. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really nice guys.
So this is our character Blaine, and he's facing off with a organization that is similar to what is Section 31 from Star Trek, where they have credentials, but no one knows what section of the government they work for. And this one is pretty much I labeled it as he's just one guy. He can't. What is he going to do? So this is half of one of our covers where we have a character out in the nether regions, wherever he's watching other indie characters. So he's kind of creating a catalog of the indie universe of characters.
All right.
That's our that's our cover for issue number 9. That's issue 7 again. Seven again.
Nice wraparound. I like that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Talk about the artist, Marvin.
So our artist is, and I'm never ever going to try to pronounce his last name. So I'll just call him, because we used to call him Mark V, because
Can I pronounce it?
It's Vukinyat.
It's Vuikankiat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So it'll be Mark Louis from now on. So just to make it easier on everybody, because someone tried to pronounce it the other way and they butchered it so badly. And he emails me and said, "Man, that guy really butchered my name." I was like, "I'm sorry." I apologize.
I'm really not too bad with them if I know, where they're from. Then...
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's from the Philippines. So I mean, one of these days, I'm going to talk him into doing one of these streams, and then he can pronounce it for everybody, and then everybody can know.
Yeah.
There you go. That's how you do that.
Yeah. So that's issue 5. That's the alternate cover for issue 5. And
I really like that. I do really like that one. That's nice.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites. But I mean, there's so many covers, and they're all so good. I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite. It's like picking a favorite child, and then. So that's our cover for issue number 3 with our character. This is Azazel. So his abilities allow him to drain energy from others to increase his size. So if you go back to the cover to issue number 5, he's the guy in the back. So that's his normal size. So you see his pants don't fit. None of his clothes fit because they're made for when he's larger.
Right.
That's issue number 2. With our character Randa. So her abilities, she can absorb any kind of kinetic energy. So fire, light, anything that touches her, she can absorb. She has absolutely no control over these powers. So there's situations where she's using her powers, she's flying, she's all powered up, and her powers is cut off, or she's drained of all of her energy. So she's like a battery. So she has to continuously charge up her powers, or she gets sick and it just falls out. So when her power is activated, she had her hand in her face and she almost blinded herself. That's why she wears a visor now.
Nice. Yeah, I'm like impressed that you're working on issue 14 and you're already laid out. I'm really gonna have to play some catch up on this one somehow.
Well, that's right.
Right? You go up to Fanfare, you're gonna have to roll on out here by Corey Lake and pick me up on your way up.
That's hopefully that's what we're going to try to do this spring and summer, is try to do a tour of stores, because it looks like that cons are not happening until fall, and we're going to do a con here in Pittsburgh in May, but it's going to be outside.
Right.
But it doesn't look like that any of the indoor cons are probably going to go down until fall. So we'll see how it goes, but I mean, we want to try to get out to stores and see people and things like that. So this is our Trinity cover. This is Blaine, Mystic, and Interim. Interim has the ability to create step portals, and she can see a few seconds ahead in time, similar to Centella. The problem is that she's been using these powers since she was 10 years old. So there are portals open everywhere that she can't close. So where she's from in Brazil, her little town or village is 24 hours ahead of the rest of the world.
Nice.
So when they walk into her town,
Oh, those chibis are cute.
It goes immediately from daylight to night.
Whose are these? Who did these?
This was done by Brad was asking about chibis. It was done by an artist on Fiverr.
I like 'em. I don't know. See, when you got grandkids, when you have grandkids and they come out with things like Superhero Squad, and you get that little miniature hero that your grandkids, when they're little, they can relate to. And then everybody starts doing it. Yeah, I'm on board. I love it.
Right. So what we're going to try to do with the art on the books is try to cover the gamut of different. So we're going to have a cover that's going to look like the old Final Fight video game. And then we're also going to do a 3D cover. So this is Blaine and his one of his nemesis, Ryle. So Ryle is an assassin who can't assassinate anything. So there's one page in the book where he's trying to he has a bead on Blaine and a bird lands on the end of his rifle and is in like blocking his sight. So it's a situation where he's always trying to kill something, but something always happens to get in his way.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. Something always getting in the way. I know a little bit about that.
It's like his power is the power of bad luck.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I know a little bit about just nothing ever going exactly right. Something always just tipped the scale enough that the whole thing didn't work.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. So we play it up a lot once he makes his first appearance, where he's continuously trying to do something, and something is always there getting in his way.
So you said that this happens over different cities. Like, what all different cities do you take this to?
So we're with a lot of stuff. So their actual base of operations is somewhere in the Pacific. I don't really lock it down to a location. It's like an abandoned submarine base. So we do a lot of stuff on the West Coast. Our character Drake has offices all over the world, and one of his main offices is in Pittsburgh. So one of our stories is going to take place exclusively in Pittsburgh, which is going to allow us to have some crossover with Heroineburgh.
Yep.
But any other cities that you have already based?
Well, I mean, we kind of do we say it's San Diego or Los Angeles, but we don't do like monuments and things like that unless it's important to the story. Now when we do Pittsburgh, we have to show Pittsburgh because that's where we're from, and if I don't show Pittsburgh in a book set in Pittsburgh, I'm going to get called out.
Well, see, and that's what I was going to say. If you take a trip to Minneapolis and I don't see the IDS tower, I'm going to be like, yo, where's the tower?
Like, we're gonna work on that though. So we try to keep the characters in the backgrounds, like warehouse areas, like you do in the old comics, where it was you're in this undescript area that has a whole bunch of abandoned warehouses that no one ever comes to unless they're doing some criminal activity.
Yeah.
Well, Brad just told me he has the first 9 issues of The Edge, so
yes.
You know, that's pretty awesome. Here I am coming in all late to the game, but I am the noob. Right.
But you're going to get your chance because this is going to be a brand new issue number 1. So this issue number 1 has never been seen before. So it's brand new art, brand new colors, brand new letters, and we stuck in a few more Easter eggs along the way. So this is the entire. I just call them the strike team. So you got Blaine, you got Interim and Mystic, Shift, him, Bolt, Randa, and then Spinoff. So Spinoff can copy the powers of anyone in his vicinity. And so he's another one that's testing the limits of his powers. So these guys don't have any idea that the more they use these powers, the more it's going to hurt them in the future.
Right.
So Shift, he has the ability, he can turn, given enough time, he could turn a mountain into dust.
Damn.
Him is able to absorb sounds and then redirect them. So she continuously carries like a mini disc or CD player with her at all times. So she always has some sounds. Bolt is able to. Yeah. Yes. Bolt is able to generate electricity and use that to fly, and then you get, of course, there's Randa, and Blaine can create barriers around himself and others to protect them from everything but heat.
Nice.
So while he can stop the fire from hitting him, he can't do anything about the heat. So if someone is trying to burn him to death and he just has his little portal up, eventually he'll die from suffocation. And then Mystic has the ability to fire blast of energy through his swords, but we haven't revealed yet if it's the power is coming from him or the swords. Like the swords are going to be very important to the story. They're really old, and it ties into other stories from the past. We explore that a little bit in issue number 6, where we show other people who held the swords.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, you guys got me hooked.
And that's the rain. And that's just our little background story on on the edge and things like that.
Right. Steel City Con. There you go.
Yeah, that's from Steel City.
What's a little statue?
Right, so we've got these are actually some of the things I'm sending out to stores now. Is they're getting signed books, and then the Mystic minifigure.
Nice. I like it. Oh, you got more than one too, huh? Nice.
So that was when we were with Short Fuse. They were working on an action figure. We've kind of tabled that for now, but we're going to that's coming back soon. So keep an eye out. That's one of our variant covers for the Edge, featuring Blaine. So he's kind of like our grifter from Wildcats. That's the cover gallery. So I believe that's up to issue. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, up to issue number 12. So if you look at the one here, the bottom one on 12, so that's one of Interim's portal. So what we say is that it's a door that can open from both sides.
Right.
So she can open a portal to wherever, but what if somebody tries to come through?
Yeah, you never know what's on the other side of the door you're opening. That's for sure.
Yeah.
So we're going to play that up later, where that somebody's coming through that door, and it's not going to be a pleasant person.
Nice. Watch out when you open the portal to the Phantom Zone.
But you got to think that she's also got portals open all over the world that she has no ability to close them. So it's going to start affecting time itself eventually. That is a page from issue 5. Well, we're trying to play up the whatever it takes kind of thing. You see that Blaine has the targets up. It's their leader Tartable with Revenant standing behind him. He doesn't care. He's just going to shoot them both.
Yeah, and the heads are gone. You see, the heads are gone. Yeah, I caught that.
That's Randa losing control of her powers.
And being saved by Reed Richards. Oh, I mean,
that's their team lead, Tartable.
That guy, the gray on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You know. I like it. I just had somebody send me a picture.
Oh, that's awesome.
I had to download real quick.
You can't never go around with Wolverine claws.
One of my boys went all Terminator.
So this is from issue 6, where we're playing on the harder you hold on to something, the easier it is to slip through your fingers. You see the sword disintegrates in front of them.
Oh.
This is from issue 6. After this is their first meeting with the Rain, and the team gets smashed, and Randa's the last one standing.
Dang.
That's their transport, the Equinox.
Now, who drew this? Same person?
No, I don't remember who drew that one. I think that was an artist I found on DeviantArt. I think that's an old one.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I like
that's our character profile for spinoff, where you see he's using their other powers. That's Shift, turning that mountain to dust. And that's Randa. And then Mystic.
Yeah, I like
then Interim.
Now she's the one that does the portals?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And then she has an adjustable bolo that she can take it apart and turn it into other weapons.
Nice.
And it's him. And Bolt. I think Bolt is the one we're going to have a lot of fun with in later issues. He's the youngest on the team. We kind of set him up in issue 2. We give a little bit of his background. His background is that he was in a car accident with his parents, and he was stuck in the car with their dead bodies for 10 hours.
Nice. That didn't help him any, I'm sure. Probably messed him up a little bit.
just a little bit. Just a little bit. We get into that with that little fractured psyche that he has.
I like it.
Blaine showing his thing, doing his thing. And back to that's issue 7 again. We seem to be doing a lot of issue 7 covers and the same covers. I think I uploaded these things too many times.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind looking at them all again. So, what all about? How much fun are you guys having?
I mean,
we're doing good.
Yeah. So I mean, and that's what we're here for. So I mean, I want to have fun. I want to making comics, reading comics is fun to me. It's exciting. It's adventurous. It's a passion. So I mean, I really enjoy putting this book out there, and I hope everyone when they pick it up and read it, that they really enjoy it and want to join me on this journey I'm going on, because man, I want to talk to everybody who wants to know more about the book and more about me.
John wants to know, how long does it usually take you guys to put together an issue?
You want to take that, Heroineburgh?
Well, for me, it's a little different than Marvin, because I'm also doing live episodes, right? So each comic book takes 6 to 8 months, and each episode takes about 4 months, and we go back and forth. Sometimes they intersect, so we might issue both at once. Sometimes they don't. So, like, for example, we got episode 19 coming out end of April, but we don't have a new issue number 3 until the fall. So, but we're still pushing number 2 pretty hard, still getting it into stores. So, yeah, comics every 6 to 8 months, episodes every 4 months.
Right. So we generally turn out a book every 4 to 6 months, and if you sign up on my newsletter there, I'm going to do a complete and total breakdown of every step of creating a comic book. So from script to pencils to inks to colors to letters to distribution to publishing, all that. I'm going to go over the whole entire thing. It's something that I've been wanting to do for a while, and I'm going to do it this year.
It's like I said, I'm like totally admiring you guys' work ethic, because you guys are putting in the work to get your books in the stores.
And I'll be doing a how-to video on my how-to video will be how to. Hello.
That's
Yep.
the thing that's missing in the industry right now, is how did you bridge that gap? You said you put in the work, and that's the best thing I can tell people. Put in the work. I mean, you got 14 issues. It's not like you're just starting out.
No.
But once you get established a little bit, once you got something behind you to show off, by all means, get out there and get seen. Talk to as many of these people as you can that run these stores. They want content, and they're getting deprived of content by the people they've trusted to supply them for decades.
Right.
You know, they had the whole rug pulled out from under them last year. It's hard to go back and trust that's not going to happen to them again.
Right. I mean, and that's why we want to try to cover the whole entire gamut. So we want to use of course, the Diamond and the Lunar whenever they're opening up their gates for other books. But we want to go direct to. We want to talk to retailers. We want to talk to customers. We want to talk to everybody. We want to have a open communication line where it's feedback coming from you, feedback going to you, and everything else. So thanks, John, for about the art and the colors. Brad, I'm going to say maybe for now, with a maybe yes, or maybe yes, or maybe yes.
and how about one for the Heroineburgh?
Which one?
The one on screen, the one I've been talking about.
Oh, wait. Are you want me to answer Brad's question right there?
Yeah, that question.
Oh, I see. Okay, so we've been so I don't know if we're going to do DVDs. I prefer to do thumb drives. We have personalized Heroineburgh thumb drives. We've been sending them out to stores. And we can easily download episodes on the fly at cons onto a thumb drive for people, and sell the episodes at a discount live in the cons as opposed to over the internet, right? So I don't know about really pressing DVDs because you got to make a bunch of those, and I haven't had really enough requests for them yet. So I think thumb drives might be the way to go for now. And like I said, we have downloads as well. But if enough people ask, sure. But thumb drive
I like
is the way
the
to go.
thumb drive idea. I had not heard that before. I like that.
Yeah, you can get personalized thumb drives. We got a company to put Heroineburgh logos on thumb drives, and we're sending them out, as promo. But they can also be sold. So,
Brad, that just means you have to do a change.org petition to get people to get onto this DVD thing. I'll be the first person to sign it because I've been talking about this for like over a year.
Yes, you really have, and I appreciate that. Yes. So speaking of videos, Pops, do we have time to show 2 short trailers from us?
Where are they at? How do I find them?
Okay, so yeah, just go to our YouTube channel.
Oh,
Heroineburgh on YouTube.
Hold up. I gotta go over here.
Just go to Heroineburgh on YouTube. That's all. And we've got a trailer for our latest episode, and we also have a video advertising our second comic book, which is being announced by one of our major heroines, Vendetta. You can Vendetta. That's right. So Vendetta is actually played by Mauricia, who is a comic book creator herself. She has 2 issues of a comic book called The Music Maker, and she's starting to get the book out as well. She's been selling them with us at cons. So yeah, we have a little group of Comicsburg folks. There it is. Okay, so scroll down a little bit, and if you see episode 18 trailer, we can play that first, and then we can do comic book 2 trailer. No, not uploads. You got to click on videos. Click on videos at the top, so you get all the videos. There you go. And now, yeah, definitely the episode 18 trailer. Can you find that there?
I see 18 supervillain monologue, 18.
No, you got it. Episode 18 trailer. No, not those.
Down here.
Where is it? Episode 18 trailer. Sorry, man.
Force.
I think you're going too far down now, actually.
Well, I mean, I still see episode 18 everywhere. I just haven't seen one that says
but it's the trailer.
So where's the trailer?
Well, go to the front page then. It has the trailer's the first one on the front page. Go to the home page. Sorry about that. And there it is, right there. And Marvin's right there. That's Marvin's in it. See? Marvin's a character.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, blow that up.
Like seeing me get my ass kicked, that's all.
He's getting his ass kicked there. Yeah, okay.
Let's see. Do I got no sound? Let me get some sound.
Well, yeah, you got to do that. There's Marvin.
She puts her costume on, she's feeling super strong. When deadly threats attack, she'll be ready to strike back. She's living in Heroineburgh.
So that shows some scenes from episode 18. And then if you go to the videos again, you can play the trailer for comic book number 2. Just go down a little bit and you'll see Vendetta. You have to hit videos again. There you go. Okay. And you'll see there she is on the second row. She's holding up the comic book in the mask.
That one?
There she is. That's Vendetta, played by Mauricia.
Hello, Heroineburgh fans. I am Vendetta, the Italian spirit of vengeance, starring in the live-action series and also in the issue of Heroineburgh Comics, starred by Jason Wright of DC Comics. Where can you get it? In stores all over North America, and in other places worldwide. For a complete list of shops, check out the description below. Or order directly from our website, heroineburgh.com. Now, I must get back to fighting crime stuff.
So there she is advertising issue number 2. You know, she tells you to go to the website where the comic store list or order it from the website. And yeah, that video also has a list of stores too on it. So Vendetta is our Italian character. She's like the Italian ninja. She's the daughter of a mob boss, and she has lots of combat skills. So I kind of made her a cross between Huntress and Mockingbird.
So yeah, subscribe to Heroineburgh on YouTube. Ring that bell.
Yep.
This is all new to me. I didn't know you guys had a YouTube channel or anything. I'm blown away right now.
Yeah, the YouTube channel has tons of clips, outtakes from the episodes. It has trailers of all the episodes, and it has character intros. Whenever you see a green screen there, that's one of the characters talking about themselves. And then we also have our Comicsburg series on there, which is up to 6 episodes now. On the top row, there's introducing Grant Lankard, who has a Kickstarter right now for his book Beowulf. And right, and he's from Pittsburgh, and we're good friends now, and he's going to be oh, by the way, you can meet me, you can meet Marvin, Mauricia, Grant, and others. You can meet all the superheroines at Three Rivers Comic-Con in Pittsburgh at the Homestead Waterfront, May 22nd to 23rd. It's going to be outside, so it's going to be, you know, COVID compliant, and everything's going to be under tents. And we're going to have all our books there. We're going to have T-shirts, stickers, merchandise, posters, and many of our actresses are going to be there live. You know, to greet and do photos.
And that's rain or shine.
Yeah, rain or shine. I mean, well, there's tents, so we can still do it under tents.
Because
it's right in front of it's right in front of New Dimension Comics, which is one of our favorite LCSs, a very big comic book store that carries both Heroineburgh and The Edge and all of their branches. But yeah, we love to support our LCSs. We love New Dimension, Phantom of the Attic, Geekadrome, Heroes Inc., lots more.
Well, we're about to go after hours.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, that's what happens when we go after. And we got one of our friends in the backstage area. It's like we go open. It's 10 o'clock. You guys, it's wonderful. You guys are more welcome to hang out. And
yeah, we will.
You know, talk with the other people that pop in here. This is Justin Brunel, the listener. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but this is also an awesome book that's out right now.
What's going on, Pops?
I'm good. How are you doing, Dustin?
Man, I'm great. You know, you reached out earlier. Sometimes I feel like I'm going to lose my head, man. You know, got all these projects going. I can't even keep up with half of what's going on right now, man. You know?
Yeah, I hit him up earlier. I was like, "You want to come out later?" And he's like, "Oh, did I miss my?" I was like, No, you're good. It's open mic, dude. If you want to come
Yeah,
out.
that's for real. Like, I was like, oh my God, I shit the bed on something. You know, it's not good.
Now, John Running was out here earlier. He was the one said that, you know, the art looks good and whatnot, but he has an announcement to make for either next Monday Madness or CromCon. He wanted to come out for a couple minutes and steal the show. So, Mr. John, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. Can you guys see me? Okay, yeah, I'm on there. Hey, how you doing?
Welcome to the Mad.
Oh, good. I'm not here to steal any show from anybody. I just wanted to make a real quick announcement that on Tuesday, ladies' night of the Monday Madness, I'm going to be giving away some free art. I'm going to have 3 pieces out there for display. There's going to be a drawing, as you usually do, Pops, for whoever is watching at the time. I'm going to have 3 pieces for you to choose from, including a Wonder Woman piece I'm doing right now, a really super detailed, badass piece that I'll probably unveil in a couple of days. There's a Star Wars piece in there, and then another original kind of horror piece that I have. So anybody wants some free art, and it's not just big. It's not like 8 by 10 or 11 by 17. This is like 15 by 21 inches. So these are big ass pieces.
Gnarly.
John makes beautiful pieces.
That's it.
And let me tell you guys just straight up. Now, John, this is open mic. If you want to hang out for a little while, you're more than welcome. You don't have to just like talk and run. When John does a piece of art, John fills a piece of paper. Okay, John doesn't give you a headshot. John gives you a piece of art. So I'm really excited, glad that you're doing this. I totally appreciate, John, when you come out. You know, it's awesome, man. You always come out and it's like your timing is always great. You're uplifting and your timing is great. It's like when I need a John Running to come out and like say, yo, Pops, you all right, do this, do that, whatever. I get a John Running come out and do that for me and keep me rolling, you know. Dustin, I don't know, you and Manny and John, yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm not gonna bullshit you, man. Pops puts me with the combos, man. We put out serious work. Manny and I, you know, we've done some promos for my book, The Listener, and we're actually working on my book, Greed, right now. And Manny is destroying things like left and right. And I think, you know, it's not just Manny's, you know, lines that are really beautiful. We've got David Ocampo covering over David's lines, and there are Manny's lines that are absolutely stunning. So yeah, Manny's good. Pops is good to put people together. You know what I mean? He knows who to put with who. So yeah.
I really love coming on the show and just seeing all the different artists. And, you know, I've seen your work and looking at this gentleman's up top. I'm sorry, I forgot your name there. Your comic that's doing Edge. It looks really good. And,
thank you.
You know, like I've seen a lot of artists come on here, more than I can count, that I'm just really blown away by. You know, this is a really good little thing to help recharge. You know what I mean? Even if I don't get a lot of people looking at work or whatever, I'm sure you can relate. Just seeing other artists, man. You know, that's the fix you need, in my opinion, at least me.
Right? It gives you the motivation. You know, like I had a guy, you know, a couple weeks ago that reached out and was like, man, I just appreciate your positivity because it gives me a recharge. You know, I have the energy to push forward because, you know, I think that every now and then everybody needs somebody to say something positive to them. You know, it does a lot. And being on this show, there's plenty of positive people that are on here, you know, and they're all looking out for each other and saying, hey, what's up? How are you? How's it going? You know, project looks badass or whatever, you know, your art's badass or whatever, what have you that you've got going on, you know. And we've taken that to another level as well. Like we take people on the show that are interested and we'll bring them on and let them do a piece and then we'll actually publish their piece for them. We've had some fun doing that. We've got a book coming out called Beast Journal, which ties into our book. But we put it's 6 artists now that we picked up that have never been published that are in that book. So I'm excited about that. One of them is a 10-year-old dude. He's really excited. And, you know, another country. He didn't think that he would ever get his art published. And I immediately was like, hey, dude, let's, you know, talk to your dad, talk to your mom, sit down and put it together. And we'll get it published for you, you know. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good place to be, man. You know, the positivity runs rampant, and yeah, it's definitely a spot, man.
I definitely get blown away every time we have a con, and I get another 40 plus creators coming out, and 7, 8, 9, 10 of them are people I'd never seen before, never got to talk to before, and I just get blown away by all the stuff I didn't know about, like the Edge, for instance. Okay?
Yeah.
I didn't know about it. Now I'm sitting here talking. My buddy Brad lives across town. He knows all about it. He got 9 issues. You see what I'm saying? It's like there is so much out there. It's so easy for stuff to get by you.
For sure, absolutely.
You know? And that's pretty much what I'm trying to really do with the madness is make sure everybody has a chance to see everything. You know, whatever it is. If it goes by on my news feed and it's somebody I never heard of, I still drop it in the madness. Yo, you guys check this out. If somebody puts something in madness, I'd put it out to the news feed. You know, I have 800 people on my friends list that aren't even in the madness.
Wow.
I have to show it to my news feed and the madness to get everybody that I know.
Right on, right on. Well, we all appreciate it. You know, we all appreciate, you know, being seen and heard. And, you know, I mean, with cons being down for so long now, it's hard for us to get out and do what we would normally do. So I'm really excited that ICC has actually been approved in Nashville. So I'll be there next month from the 16th to the 18th. We'll be pushing the listener, we'll push and greed, you know, art and all kinds of fun stuff. So the first con, man, in a year. I can't even, I'm so excited. I don't even know what to do with myself.
Where's that at?
ICCC. It's in Nashville. I'll get you a link, Pops. Hold on. I'm really excited about it, man. It's like, you know, the first con in forever now. So yeah, I got my table booked and everything, man. I got a 10 by 10 space. So I'm stoked. You know, we're gonna print out some. We're gonna print out some real big. We've got some 11 by 17 posters and stuff, but we're gonna take some real big pieces, put on the backdrops and stuff. So I'm pretty hyped. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Good luck with it.
Yeah, man.
Cool.
Bro,
I've never done a con, man. I still want to get a table one day. It's like my dream.
So the biggest one that we've done, I did MegaCon with my partner Kyle, my business partner Kyle, and it was like a blast, you know, selling, you know, his art and our books and stuff. But doing a solo show is not something I've ever done. So I'm really excited. You know, now that I've moved out of Florida, we don't have big shows here in Nashville and Murfreesboro and whatnot. But I'm going to be at every one of them that I can be at. You know what I mean? Put me in. I'm excited. Let me in, Coach. I'm ready to go. But yeah, no. Now that we're running booked, like our books are bi-monthly, so they're literally back to back now. It's quite an experience, you know, to see the Kickstarters, to see people, you know, and have people reach out. Like our buddy Phil. The Demon Phil, man. The Demon Phil's going to try to get up there and meet me, and we're going to try to do a live show at ICC. He does an amazing show himself, so we're really excited about that. But it's all networking, right? Like my buddy Adam Fields introduced me to Pops. You know what I mean? You know, Adam's a monster, man. He does covers for all my books and stuff. So it's
see, I've known Adam forever.
Right,
absolutely. Like 5 years now,
for sure.
I think he's the first person that I ever first or second person I got a commission from. That I actually,
I love that he remembers it.
You know,
remembered it. That was
he hand delivered it to me.
Yeah.
You know, and he doesn't live where I live. You know, it was amazing. You know, he's such a good dude, and hey, you know, I mean, now there's probably 14 or 15 Adam Fields pieces in the house. Shit, I got one over here.
Well, my next mail call comes in, you'll have another one.
He did this one with my granddaughters on a live stream.
That's awesome, right? He's such a good person, dude. Oh, yeah. A good person.
Is it okay, Pops, if I just show just a real quick little thing of the pieces that I'll have?
You can show us anything you want, brother. This is wide open. We're just like hanging out now.
Right on. Yeah, I just wanted to, just for anybody who's watching, just to give you guys a glimpse in case anybody didn't see that video of the artwork I'm going to be putting up. Let me just, let me see here. Let me see if I can get this camera on that. No, that's not it. Hold on. All right, here we go. Can you guys see that?
That's dope.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Oh yeah.
That's one of them. Okay. This is the other one I'm putting up there. This is a Star Wars piece I did after Carrie Fisher died.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah, and I got thank you. And I got, like I said, I'm doing a one that's, I don't want to say way better than this, but yeah, it'll be way better than this, of Wonder Woman. That's going to be pretty gritty and pretty crazy. So yeah, and I'll be giving that away for free. Like I might ask for like maybe $5 to $10 in shipping so I can send it, but that's about it. No strings attached. You know.
Yeah, man.
Well, I'm going to be doing that every single month until my book comes out. I don't know when it'll come out, but it'll be out this year.
That's awesome, man. You know,
Yeah.
are you doing like a
Check it out.
page?
Next Monday is ladies' night. Okay.
Yeah.
We
That's
have
what I
a
wanna do.
huge lineup of ladies coming out next week, and anytime in that show, John could pop in and say, "Yo, pops, let's give this away." So
Okay.
it's going to be given away to the people that are there watching at the time. It's so you're kind of going to want to view in next week, man. It'll be entertaining. Trust me, the ladies take the show over. I get to go out the way. They know what they're doing. They're so much
I'm
fun.
going to do a couple giveaways. I'm going to do a couple giveaways. I'll do one big one like you just saw, and then I'll do another smaller one, maybe like a 11 by 17. But I'll do that a few times throughout the night. I like giving stuff away, you know.
For sure. You know, we did a fun one for Pops. I actually wrote an entire 26-page story based on a giveaway that we did for Pops. You know, I was like, what do you guys find to be scary? And they picked a topic, and we ended up writing a whole mini arc about this particular topic. And oh my gosh, I ended up writing a character out of it, and it got so bananas.
That's creative energy, man.
Oh, absolutely, man. You'll be getting all kinds of cool stuff out of us. I mean, you know, watch what's coming up right now. We got some big news today, like some huge over-the-top news. And so we'll be talking a lot about it.
Or what?
So
CromCon exclusive stuff or what?
So because of the fact that Antonio's show is before CromCon, which is Wednesday. Antonio's show is Wednesday.
Right.
I will give you guys a little bit, since it's so late at night, we don't know who's going to see or hear, you know what I'm saying? We'll catch a little bit. We do have Frank 40 working on Green. And I don't know if you guys know who Frank 40 is, but he works on Bob's Heavy Metal, you know, amazing artist, great guy.
I met him at a con once. He does the Vampire Diaries too. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Absolutely
exactly who he is.
incredible guy, man. We've also got Rich Parada that's going to be working on a cover for Greed. Oh my god. We picked up Becky Fuller to do to work on Greed as well recently. And who else did we just grab? We also grabbed Guile Sharp, and I'm really excited to see Guile's work as well. Really, really hyped about that. You know, there's a lot of really cool people, right? Like I joked with Pops a couple shows back that we did that we went from a team of like 6 to a fully paid team of like 18 artists right now, you know, in a 7-month period, you know, and it's been the most amazing experience to work with people and see people, you know. Also today we found out Marissa's going to be back for book 3 of The Listener. She did have time to do that, so I'm excited about that too. So, and like I said, we do the way that we've got it now is it's literally, you know, you run The Listener. The Listener ends the Kickstarter for The Listener when Wednesday week ends on Wednesday, so it ends on St. Patty's Day, and then I'll be starting the Kickstarter for Greed next month. So after Greed, we'll run The Listener again, so on and so forth. But we pay ahead of time all of our artists, so it gives everybody time to catch up, put the art out, put the time in they want to, you know, and you know, take their time, because I feel like rushing people is not the way to do it. But I also don't not want to put out content. You know what I mean? We need to have content. It's so. You know, the biggest thing that we've talked about, Pops and I have talked about numerous times, is the fact that it's hard for these guys that want to promote you, to promote you if you only put out a product once every 6-7 months. It's difficult for them because it's hard to keep attention. It's hard to, so I want to make sure that I'm putting out enough content and it be really good content. You know what I mean?
Right.
Welcome, Mr. Carter. Oh, you say I just saw that what you just said about your marathon podcast-a-palooza thing again in 2 weeks. 2 weeks is CromCon, bro. Pick a different weekend.
You got it. I will not compete with CromCon, so we'll work it out.
No, that's why I'm just sticking to the last weekend of every month, so everybody knows when I'm doing my thing. And I mean, I'm not telling people they can't do their thing. Don't ever get me wrong.
No.
I mean, but I don't like pulling views from other people's shows. I hate it. Ask Dustin. When Kevin did the first Comic Roddery show on Monday night, I was like, what are you doing? I don't want to be pulling viewers from you. You're my guy. It was like,
it's definitely never a thing that anyone tries to do or wants to do. You know what I mean? We did the Monday because, and it was real weird for us because I normally do my shows on Friday nights. That's what I like to do in the evening. And between Comic Roddery and then the Listener podcast right after that, I try to run. But we did this when I got with Inked Marketing, they asked me to push my release back a month. So it was like, okay, give them time to market the book and everything else. So before we did a Kickstarter, and it was like, pushed everything back a month, and it just happened to land on a Monday. So that was the first time that had happened, and we ran it, had a great time, and we've been running shows consecutively Fridays ever since. Like this Friday, it'll be just me. It'll be me Friday night for both shows, and I'll have some guests on both shows. And then we'll be on, the following weekend is CromCon. So lots going on this week. Lots going on with Greed. Lots going on with the Listener. Pops likes to joke about our main character from Greed being a cousin to the Crom. You know what I mean? So that's funny. It's funny. You know what I mean? There's a lot that goes on in this business, and a lot of original IPs and independent marketing that you don't get to see.
Come on.
Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me see what I've got on this computer. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Let's see what I've got. So.
I mean, they're both little mischievous green little trolls.
I agree. Absolutely.
Hey, Pops, you remember Troll Lords?
Oh, yes.
Let's see if we can get this to come up. You see that one, Pop?
There you go.
Yeah.
See?
So
come on.
He's evolved a lot with that particular image. It's more akin to this one now. This was the final design concepts that Manny and I did. So this will actually be cover A. So I'm really excited about this one.
Oh, is this the Mojo Rising comic?
This is, but not what he's doing. What he's doing is Greed. But I'm saying our trolls are like cousins.
Oh yeah, sure. But yeah, we're doing a lot. We're having a good time.
What's up, Ryan?
Hey, Ryan, I was talking about you tonight.
How's it going?
I was talking with John Martin from Silverline, and he's an inker. So I was asking him inking things because I'm not used to talking with inkers. I'm used to talking with writers about technique and artists about cool stuff. And I'm like, I've never talked to the tracers before. I'm kidding.
Oh, Lord. It's fighting words in some states.
I know that.
I got lots of inking friends now.
No, I say that on purpose, but I say it wouldn't.
I know. We kid. We love them all. I love all you guys.
Everybody does their part. Everybody does their part, man. Like,
oh yeah.
The first, when I opened my shop, my brick and mortar, I had never done cons or anything. This was 8 years ago. I'd never done cons, never done anything like that. Had just done my own thing all my life, and then was like, well, we're gonna open a store, And the first, I brought my buddy Mike to the shop. Mike also came out, and he brought his inker at the time with him, you know, and I was like, he was like, can I bring my inker? And I was like, yeah, badass, you know, but I had never met an inker before, you know, so to me, it was very different. It was an interesting thing, the concept behind the inker, but like everybody that works for me inks their own pieces. So it's still a very foreign concept to me.
Yeah.
As a creator, you know, it's cool to see it's cool to see people do it. But like I said, it's very foreign. Like if you're not around it, you don't see it, it's not something that you associate with. Like John, do you do your own?
Yeah, I do. I do everything.
It's a very foreign concept. Because like then especially in the indie market, like right now, like we'll throw a number out there. We'll say my first book was $6,000 to produce it. Okay. That was without an inker. That was with people that did their own stuff, you know. So then when you get into greed, it's the same way. I don't have anybody doing that, but for an indie creator, yeah, I think it's hard for people to justify the extra amount of money that it would cost. And not everybody's the same, you know what I'm saying? But like I said, I pay everybody up front. So to me, it's a cost that is very negligible because of the talent. You know, like I go to find an artist like Manny does all his own stuff and it's beautiful. You know what I mean? And my buddy Eric does all the stuff for the listener. And I've never had to go, hey, look, a page is going to be another, you know, $40, $50 a page. You know what I mean? When these guys are doing it themselves. So in the mainstream market, it's a very different situation than the indie market, I think.
Well, yeah, that's because they can get the penciler to put out more pages by letting somebody else ink it so they can keep a schedule.
For sure.
And we were talking about you know, the tone and the way the inker actually changes the artwork, makes it feel different. There was this the Jack Kirby I think it was a bicentennial special. They found a bunch of Jack Kirby artwork, a book that he had penciled that hadn't been inked yet.
Awesome.
And to get it out on time, they basically farmed out multiple pages to different inkers. And every time you turn the page, it's all Jack Kirby pencils, but it's a totally different tone every single time, simply because of the inker that did it.
Absolutely. I mean, they give it life of it. You know, they bring it to life for sure. Absolutely. And, you know, there's something to be said. Hold on. I think I have some pages. Give me just a second and I'll see if I can find them. And I'll use greed just for an example because we're literally working on it right now. It's just easier to use it. Maybe. Hold on. I don't think I have all of them, but hold on.
Yeah, I can never see myself hiring another artist to just do pencils or just do you know, inking or something like that. I'm way too particular of my vision of stories that I write and give to other artists. You know what I mean? It's
absolutely,
it's a tough thing to give up. You know what I mean? That kind of control sometimes.
Oh man!
But that said, like you said, if you want to get it done, you know, you should probably, you know, give it to other people just to get it done faster.
Right on, right on.
Yeah, I have an artist in Scotland actually. I'm hiring to do a comic, just as a special add-on to my book at the end, and she's fantastic. Her name is Janine Van Moosel. And she's one of the best. She's great.
That one, Pops?
That one?
Can you see that one?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, like it's very different, right? So when you get from this point, and then you go to like the coloring step, you know what I mean? It's a very different animal altogether. Right?
Oh wow, that looks nice, man. Wow.
I appreciate it.
Nice. Wow. Nice atmosphere. That's good.
Thank you. So one thing that we do is I'm very meticulous about my pages. Like I do all my layouts, you know what I mean? Then my artists go in and they, you know, it's basically like, hey, you're part of it. You know, I'm real hands-on with the listener. Greed is a little bit different because it's a large team, whereas the listener is me, Eric, and our cover artists. You know, but it's a very heavy concept for us. So putting our hands on everything is very important. But it's much harder. But I'm very thankful in our team having such a large team now. You know, because like Phil Leon is my editor for Greed, and he's an incredible. Yeah, exactly.
Phil who? My missing co-host is your editor. he's working for you instead of me. Is that what you're trying to say?
Editor. Great guy, super solid person, and he's able to put across what I want to put across. And I think that's very important, especially with a large team. You can actually, they can read. It's almost like you can read your mind. You know what I mean? It's really like they're in your head with your vision, and I think that's really, really important. And Phil does an incredible job. But our team has been of guys have been in the industry for a really long time. It's not like where the listener Eric and I are working together and learning each other versus colorers that have been in the industry for 20 years and line artists that have been in it for years. You know what I'm saying? It's a very different concept. So with the listener, it's hands on deck, all the time, and it's an amazing experience. Versus Greed, where it's like, hey, look, Phil, David, Manny, this is what I want to see, and that's basically how it works. It's you give your teams both scripts. You know what I mean? Everybody gets scripts, and then you go over it with them. There's questions asked, and it's basically like, hey, look, let's talk tomorrow morning. You know what I mean? Let's see what we get done tonight. We'll talk tomorrow morning, and it's an incredible experience. I'm truly grateful. To the Madness for one for putting me with Manny, because Greed wouldn't look the way it does if it wasn't for me. And it's like we were joking about it looking like Mark Silvestri and Pixar had a baby. That's what Greed looks like, and we had a lot of fun with that concept.
Manny's art is awesome.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I mean, art is awesome.
And he's
first Crom promo. That was the first Crom promo for anything. He did it. Look at that. That's awesome.
I mean, he makes it so comfortable, right? Like, it's literally like, hey, look, this is what I want. These are exactly the angles I want to see, and that's the coolest thing about it is, if you get a team that vibes with you very well, all you have to do is be like, this is the direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is how it feels. This is how I'd like to see it. Because I've got an engineering degree and I've worked in film, so it's literally I'm putting together the screens for them. You know what I mean? And then, like I said, once you get a team that you're comfortable with, you can give them a concept and they run with it, and it's beautiful. You know what I mean? You don't have to micromanage.
Manny used to come out on streams. We'd be out here talking for an hour and a half, and Manny would do 4 or 5 drawings. During the stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's fast and he's good. He's fast and he's good.
How fast he is. You like this? Can we change the angle? Can we change the angle that the viewer sees? Man, 30 minutes later, I have an entire different panel, like half page panel, totally different from a different angle.
Yeah, the best writers are always, part art director.
For sure. Look, see now hold on. He's home. Hold on. Let me message him. He's home.
Hey, Pops, has Manny ever done a picture of Crom and Conan?
Manny did, well, see, that's not Crom. Crom is Crom, the troll.
Yeah.
Comic-related madness. But we've done him with Mojo. We haven't done him with Crom yet because we don't really know what Crom looks like. Crom laughs at our 4 wins.
Okay. I thought the troll was Crom.
Yeah, the troll is Crom. That's what I'm saying. But, the god Crom, we don't really know what he looks like. We can't really draw
that's what I mean. I have you drawn Conan with the troll Crom. So Conan's like, no.
Or Crom would be laughing at his 4 wins, right?
Yes.
I don't know. I'm going to have to talk to Manny about that. Manny, can we get Crom and Conan?
He's like, I'm Crom. I don't think so.
Or we could have Crom hitting Conan in the head with a rock, because he does that to people.
Who'd you get hit by? By Crom.
Yeah. I mean, he does that to people. He just catches them when they're not looking. Bam! With the slingshot. I mean, he's just a mischievous little dude. What happened, John? Where'd you go?
I was trying to figure out on my screen how I can kind of pull up some shots of my comic or whatever, but I don't know how to do it on this thing, so I'm not even going to try.
Hey, Pops, Manny said thank you for all the kind things you're saying. He's just getting home. You know, he teaches, so he's just getting home and he's getting showered and stuff. But he was like, "Thank you so much." So I figured that because I extended the branch. You know what I mean?
He knows I love him, man. He's awesome.
Absolutely.
If I'm talking about Manny, it's because come on, man. I've watched him.
I was like, you wanted to hang out, dude. You know what I mean? And he was like, "Oh man, I can't. Just got home." So I was like, "Okay." But dude, the stuff that it is coming out anymore in the indie market is absolutely bananas.
Yeah.
Like we're looking at stuff like, Marvel and DC, big two forever, whatever. You had Dark Horse come out. Dark Horse was huge for the longest time. Then you had Image came on the scene. Image is awesome, still putting out good titles and stuff, but I think now, ever since it was acknowledged that people could print and be noticed, that it's just IPs are showing up. Like legitimate IPs are showing up. Yeah. It's not like we're seeing stuff. Now, to be fair, we do see some rehash stuff. We really do. But a lot of times we're getting original ideas, and that's an incredible thing with this day and age where we're recycling everything, right?
What do we got, RJ? What's that? What's that?
Have you seen the new Captain America?
Oh, God, yes, I saw it. Yes, I saw it. I saw it. It hurt me. It hurt me.
He was just talking about Marvel and DC doing things. I'm like, yeah, this is the newest thing that came out today.
Hey, man, look, I don't even... As a vendor, we keep up, but that's about the size of it anymore. And what's funny? Like I mentioned names earlier, like Rich Parada, and Kyle. Those are guys that have worked for Marvel. David Ocampo, David Ocampo's been Marvel and DC for 20 years almost, and all these guys are going to. I'm a little fish,
boost your goal, man.
Right, little fish in a big sea of talent, And these amazing, talented guys are working with me versus, other things. And there's a lot to be said about the indie market just because of that. I could write and I could toot my own horn about how I write, but at the same time, these guys are seeing talent elsewhere than the big two is what I'm trying to get at. You know what I mean? There's other flows that you can be a part of that are successful and not just those guys.
I'm looking at so many people that are coming out of the big and being put in a position where they have to sink or swim down here with the little guys, and they're bringing credibility to some of these first timers. Nobody's ever seen them before, but hey, they got so-and-so to do a cover for them, so they must have something going right. Well, let's go check this out. You see what I'm saying?
For sure.
And that goes right back to bouncing off each other's fan bases, cross promotion, getting one of these names like Rich Parada, who inked for Marvel forever, inked over Keith Williams, the Phantom, did Booster Gold, he was back then,
beautiful stuff. I mean, and then Frank 42, I'm over the moon. I'm like, I'm not worthy, on my own book walking around.
And now we got the guy, and he's out here with us, and he's putting out, his own book.
Yeah,
Parada, and his stuff is amazing. Absolutely. It's amazing, dude. The battle scenes in this book at the end, it comes off the page. It lights up.
I love it.
I mean, the dude is amazing, and he's an indie guy now.
Absolutely.
Indie guy,
Sure. And there's a lot to be said for that, right? These big cats walking around with these hey man, don't hate it, Will. You're gonna love it. I'm sorry I took a break, Will. Will likes.
I sent him an invite to come out here and join us, and he's flapping his gums in the comments. So just leave William alone.
He likes to remind me if he assumes I'm not working, he'll send me a message and remind me I need to be working because he needs the next issue of the Listener like ASAP. So
Hey, Dustin, I'd like to add to that if I can about people returning to the indies. Marvin's working with an artist from the Philippines who's been in the industry since the 90s.
That's awesome.
And I'm working with Jason Wright, who's been working for DC and Marvel since the 90s. they're coming back to the indies, and working both for us and for a bunch of big crowdfunded comics. So
Absolutely.
yeah, it's kind of like a '90s thing coming back down to earth.
Almost like a revolution, right? The
Yeah.
indie revolution for sure.
Yeah, it's a totally new renaissance in comics. If DC and Marvel just disappeared tomorrow and quit, it would be the best thing to happen to the comics industry right now.
For sure.
Actually, I'm going to say if Diamond would fold tomorrow, it would be the best thing that would happen to comics.
Man,
Then the stores would have to look at everything.
No doubt.
They'd be able to look at everything, not
You
just
don't want
what's
Marvel and DC to disappear. You just want them to improve. But
Yes.
Diamond
Yes.
doesn't need to exist.
Diamond could go away. They can go away.
Yeah, people can get their comics through, us.
Everybody can, like these guys did. Look, these guys called 120. They probably called 500 stores, but their books are in 120 stores.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't want anybody's characters to go away. You don't want anyone's characters to go away. They're all great characters. You want the middlemen to go away.
Yes. I want Diamond to go away. They proved to everybody. They proved to everybody last year that they don't have your best interest at heart.
Oh, well, Pops, when Diamond came out and said, hey, we're shutting down. We're not delivering anything. And my buddy Mike Tierney ran 2 shops in Little Rock, had to finally close down. His store wasn't closed for Corona. He was open, but he had no product. So he, shut down 2 brick-and-mortar stores.
Diamond showed everybody they don't care about you.
Yeah, and DC, what did they do? They got 2 new distributors, and they said, we're putting books out in May. And Diamond came back and said, May, did we say we're shutting down till August? No, we can open up in May. Here, let's get opened up in May. But, too little, too late.
But then how many titles did DC lose over all this too? It's like they opened up shelf space, and it's like what Heroineburgh, what Marvin, what you're doing, RJ. My end goal, which is to be able to walk into my LCS and get all you guys' books. That's my end goal.
Hey, Pops, since you let us talk on Tom about that distribution thing last time, we got 2 new customers lined up here that we're going to be distributing books for. So, my goal is to have overstock on all of them so that I can start being a mini Diamond with these crowdfunded books and getting them out to shops. So,
Just don't ever tell a comic store owner that they have to get what you have or they can't have nothing. Don't do that to them.
No.
Let them get whatever they can get to make all the fans happy. You know what I mean? Like I said, I want to be able to walk in there and get Dustin's books, John's book, Heroineburgh's book. I want to be able to get The Edge. I want to be able to get everybody's books that I back right now on Indiegogo and Kickstarter. I want you guys all in the store. That makes it easy on me as a fan, and I can buy more of your books
for sure
if I'm not paying to have them all shipped to me.
That was a conversation you brought up the other day, and I thought was a very relevant conversation. And I tried to get in on it. The guy didn't want to have it with you or me. I don't know if you recall the conversation, but he didn't want to have it. And it was like, it's funny to me that having owned a shop and then started selling online and have put out my own books, I've seen all these different angles, right? I've seen how people deal with it. I've seen the cost of value and stuff. There's one thing to be said. All these people complain about what Kickstarter takes from you, whatever, okay? There's such a 10% is what it is, okay? What it ends up being at the end of the day, it's 10%. Give or take a point of a percent. You know what I mean? Right. So look at guys like Brian Polito, who we all love. Everybody loves Brian's stuff. I finally managed to get Evil Ernie #1, 9.8 like last year. It took me forever, like 15 years of looking. But anyway, the thing is, even he puts his goals low. Okay, there's a reason these guys put their goals low, because they pay the lower percent. That's why they do it. Now, that being said, 10% is showing, it's showing on there. It's giving you a place to sell your book. It's, what I mean? There are all kinds of factors to this, especially for people that don't have the time or the wherewithal to push and sell in different ways. It gives you a place where people can actually fund your book. You know what I mean? You would pay for PayPal or anything like that anyway. It was going to come out one way or another. You know, you're going to pay for it. And I think it's funny how people are like, I don't want to pay. I don't want the artists or the writers or anybody to have to pay the Kickstarter fees. Dude, I walk into Kickstarter knowing I'm going to pay the fee. I appreciate you. I appreciate you trying to stand up and tell me that I shouldn't have to pay the fee. Whatever. They're advertising for us. You know what I mean? They're especially like we got. We're a project we love. We got it like 2 days after the Listener When Wins Week started. You know, and that was incredible to us. We were booked in. We didn't have to wait but 30 minutes. We were booked, and we were a project we loved. You know, and that they advertise for you. They put you different places. I was on number 2 on KickTracks. KickTracks number two highest comic on Kickstarter for like 3 whole days. You know what I mean? Which was phenomenal to us. It's only our second book. So, you know, but then the 10% goes into, hey, look, we're going to send it to these guys. They start sending emails out. I don't know if you guys have seen the emails now. You liked this. Maybe you'll like the Listener. You know what I mean? That's more than worth 10% to me. You know?
Yeah. RJ, do you want to build this one?
Well, yeah, I can tell them what we're doing. We've looked at, Pops, I talk with a lot of people every night doing crowdfunders, and I get these big brain ideas like, hey, you need stickers with your crowdfunding. And they're like, yeah, I'll do that. Or you need a 3D figure with yours. I'll tell you who to talk to on that one. And I start talking with all these UK and Australian crowdfunders. And the biggest problem they had there was the shipping cost. It's insane. And I started to say, hey, you know what you should, and I stopped. Because it's like this little imp on my shoulder, maybe one of Crom's cousins, twisted my ear and said, shut up, do this. This is your thing. So we did it. And what we've got was Critical Blast Logistics. And we have figured out, a way to work the system, the way it's set up to drop those shipping costs and let me go on a bit here because there's more that you don't know. To drop those shipping costs from imported books to where they compete with the American books. If you've seen The Company Men from Kemosabe on Indiegogo, you might have noticed that it's coming from Australia, and the shipping cost on that is $12 because that's he's coming through us. We're handling the distribution on that. So we sit down, we show all the numbers to anybody who wants to work with us. We've got David Fried is going to be working with us with Red Eyes 2 coming out of the Netherlands. We have domestic people who want to do it too, because just like using an inker, once you're done penciling to keep more productive, what are you more productive at? Writing more pages or spending 2 weeks stuffing Gemini mailers? Right. So we do that for people now. The second step of that, of course, is that if we encourage overshipping so that we can maintain an inventory of your print run, so that first of all you go in demand, you don't have to send us another batch of books. Secondly, so that we can say, hey, local comic shop here in California or here in Arkansas or over there in New York, we have all these import crowdfunded comic books that you don't have and you can't get through Diamond, but you can get them through us. And not only that, but you can get them a la carte. So you can get 2 of this one of this one, 3 of this one, and it comes in one box. So you're not paying shipping on each one of them. And we send the money on back to the creators. We make the money on the shipping.
There you go.
Now we've had people talk to us before and say, hey, I hear you do international shipping. Can you help us, with our international shipping? I'm like, what is it? They're like, well, we're going from the United States to them. And I've always been, no, wait, that's a different direction. We can't control the shipping costs going out. It's just not doable. But now it's doable. We have sat down. We're kind of waiting to get the I's crossed and the T's dotted. Scratch that, reverse it. But with our UK connection, if the first pass works out, we have a second plan. It's going to work either way. We can get a book shipped to the UK for $15 per unit. And if you ship to the UK, that it's 25.
A unit is 25, is what you're saying?
Usually a unit to ship from here to the UK is $25.
Right, but is that so? Okay, so I ship to the UK all the time. That's my highest. My highest sales is the UK. It's art style and everything. It's just logistics with them. You know what I mean? But it's so like I can send my guys. It's $25. I can send them like 40 books for $25.
Exactly.
So, but when you say per unit for $15,
I'm talking about like if you do a crowd fund and somebody says, "Hey, I'm John Smith and I live in Blinkney UK or whatever. I'm making up a name that doesn't exist. Here's my $25 for my book, the book itself, and here's my shipping cost. When you have a 60-page graphic novel and you put it in a Gemini mailer, you label it up, you take it to the post office, you say this is going to the UK. Usually it's a pound package by the time it's all packaged up, and the cost to send it to the UK is $20, $25 around that, right?
Right on.
Okay, so yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Is I'm saying that when you set your crowdfunder up, instead of saying yes, your shipping is going to be $25 for this one book, your shipping is going to be $15 for this one book.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. I totally understand, because that's what I put every time, because it's safe. We have to $25 for shipping.
And now you've got a lower cost, so you got more people in the UK who say, okay, now I will buy this book. It was the same way we were doing for Australia when we were going outbound. We're saying let's open up the American market. You've got all these people who are buying your book, but you've got more who are seeing it, saying this looks really cool. I can't afford that kind of shipping. I can't justify that kind of shipping for that book. And we brought that impediment out of the way.
That's awesome, man.
Everybody say hi to Jabba.
Counting how many of those that we get tonight. I've gotten one and you've gotten one, so we'll see how many of those end up showing up.
A lot of birds flying around tonight.
Gee, aren't you supposed to be under 20 to get a Rookie of the Year award?
Under 20?
Oh.
Wait a minute.
No.
Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Rookie of the Year, baby. I won an Independent Creator Award for CromCon. For, being new, being the new guy on the block, and not giving up and pushing month after month, and even going as far as to doing a weekly on top of it. And, it's like I got recognized, and I appreciate that I got recognized for the work I put in.
Sweet.
I've been doing this for years.
Congratulations, man. Well,
it's kind of weird, because you don't want to be like, oh, I got an award, but at the same time, it's kind of humbling, because some of the other people that got awards, okay, Polito, Chuck Panow, there's a whole bunch of great people that got awards, and I'm like, I like being grouped in with great people. That's cool, but it's really humbling to be grouped in with great people too, because I haven't wrote book one. I'm not a comic guy. I'm just trying to help everybody get exposure, and being recognized for that was kind of cool.
They also serve who sit and chat.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Absolutely. Well, in this day and age, though, it's so important. Like I mentioned earlier, we haven't had cons for a while now. You know what I mean? So having, and I hate to say the term like digital con, because it's a turnoff to a lot of people, so you don't, it's like a gathering of good people. Like CromCon is a bunch of amazing folks that get together. You don't go, hey, look, we're doing digital con. This is CromCon. It's a good time. Come hang out, talk to people, shoot the shit, learn about their product. There's something to be said about being able to talk to fans, right? Like we did something that was really cool that I try to break the fourth wall a lot with our fans. Like I really try to break it a lot. What I did was I took we're working on tabletop RPG right now. I'm literally breaking my back with some of this stuff we've taken on, but we're going to get it, and it's going to be amazing. So this tabletop RPG, we were also working on it at the same time we're doing our Kickstarter right now. So I had a bunch of fans that were like, man, we'd love to, see the tabletop RPG. It's really cool idea and concepts and everything else. So I sold tickets to come play with the team, like the actual team in the book, And to me, that was really cool, because it wasn't like, when you go to a show, you have a time limit to how long you can talk to anybody. Their handler's going to get you the minute you're too long, 2 minutes over, 3 minutes over, whatever, And it was cool for these guys in the UK to be able to talk to and hang out with guys that they're fans of their work. It was a lot of fun. They also are getting CGC copies of the book, signed CGC copies of the book. But it was just a cool concept for us, to be able to bring fans in and let them have a good time. And like I said, there's no rush. They could sit for hours and talk to us while we're working or writing or whatever. And they're playing the game at the same time. You know, they're able to ask the creators, you know, what's going to happen here? How's this going to look? You know, what are, you know, the rules? How does this dice rules work? You know, all that good stuff. And we did it with soap too. You know, I think soap was a great way to break the fourth wall. You know, I'm a huge fan, you know, of like a finger of whiskey. I'm a huge fan, you know, and when we were sitting there and they were like, well, what are you going to do for an add-on? I was like, we're going to do this soap I found. It's incredible. You know, it smells like whiskey, campfire smoke, and, you know, bullet smoke, like gun smoke. And it was just the coolest idea. And it's the best add-on. Like, it's blown every other add-on I have out of the water.
Wait, are you that guy in that Squatch soap ad that keeps interrupting my YouTube views?
Absolutely not. He talks about balls a lot. I don't do that.
Okay.
He's like, don't put that liquid on your balls. They'll be happier if you don't. You know, I don't. That's not a conversation I have. So
we'll go ahead and introduce our newbie here, Mr. William Samuel Quinn. 47 Furious Tales, now book 2.
Yep. Hi, everybody. I'm actually 800 miles, almost 800 miles from home, sitting here in New Jersey. Alexia Veldhausen and I have been signing books for 3 days.
Yes.
So,
there you go.
I'm about to head back to Kentucky tomorrow.
Put that back up there. Put that back up there. Yes.
Oh, that was nice.
So Alexia and I today did a Q&A with the students at the Kubert School here in Jersey as well. We've got some other stuff that we'll be announcing about stuff going on at the Kubert School. So just wanted to pop in and say hey to everybody. Really loving what I'm hearing, guys. Distribution is, of course, critically important. I've been very fortunate to get into, you know, some really great stores. Stores like, of course, our friends at the Collective. They've sold about 40-something copies of 47 Furious Tales issue 1 so far. We're going to be shipping issue 2. We just, one of our backer stores is about 30 minutes from here. We took our shipment down to them. They were our first backers fulfilled because they're literally so close to where Lex was at. So we got stuff signed and went to them. Looking forward to it. And so we're actually hoping to get everything shipped out this week after I get back. And then after that, we'll be going to Indiegogo to bring in 47 Furious Tales to Indiegogo issues 1 and 2 before we bring issue 3 to Kickstarter this summer.
Sweet, man. That's exciting.
Yeah, it's been pretty amazing. I got to kick around with Fernando Ruiz today, Nick Capone, some really great artists at the Kubert School, staff and students alike. Really, really fantastic.
And how's your OnlyFans going?
My OnlyFans is going great. I mean, that was a joke I should not have made, Will. I'm sorry, because after we got off from there, I actually had a guy who watched the show who reached out and said, dude, I can't find your OnlyFans page. Can you send me a link?
That's somebody who doesn't know what
to learn. Don't joke about having OnlyFans pages.
Yeah, it's like Fight Club. You just don't talk about it.
No, we don't talk about Fight Club. I'll tell you, that's for sure. You guys want to see something really cool?
Yes.
Let me see if I can. I'm on my phone, so bear with me a second. Like I said, we've been signing books for days.
I love that art. That reminds me of Carolyn Rush.
I'll tell you, I'm a big fan of 2-page spreads, and you know, just letting people get really immersed in the book that way.
Absolutely.
So, hold up. We're gonna show them number 1 over here first.
There you go.
Cool.
You see that? That's the cover for number 1. And
Yeah,
yes,
that's from the first.
Framed on my freaking wall because this is an awesome piece.
And that's from the first press run, and we're on press run 2.
Awesome.
Which we made a new cover for. And so this is the cover for press run 2 for issue 1. And then issue 2, still big fans of our 2-page spread in here. Alexia has done some really fantastic work with the art. And we're telling the story of the 47 Ronin. If you haven't handled the book yet, we got a lot of great compliments from the instructors at the Kubert School today about the quality that we went with the paper selections. Even like I say, even Fernando Ruiz, who did one of our variant covers, was really blown away by that. So that was pretty cool.
We got Alex Daw, Energy Comics. What's going on, dude? Heroineburgh. Aren't you in the chat?
Oh, I'm here. I just didn't want to interrupt. That's all.
Hey, it's open mic, bro. You got something to say? Just elbow him out the way, and you know.
No. He mentioned Kubert School, and our one of my best friends, Jason, the artist for Heroineburgh, the cover artist, and the guy who does all the character art you saw on the website. He's a grad. He's been pumping stuff out, since before he graduated. But Kubert School has its own LCS called Dewey's, and we've been just trying to get into there, but it hasn't worked out yet. It's really hard to get in touch with Anthony, I guess.
That's where William was signing books at today. Was at Dewey's.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
We didn't do the signing today. They've been carrying 47 at Dewey's. And actually, they were down to 3 copies when we went there Saturday. There were some folks who came in for from a comic book club that came in on their shopping thing, and I pointed out that Alexi and I were here, and they sold down to their last copy on Saturday, and then they've got a signing event with Lex and Paul Walcott on the 27th, so they'll have book 2 in there at that point. They didn't support the campaign, so we didn't have a shipment for them. We're taking care of backers first, of course.
Absolutely. Oh, speaking of backers, Pops, I forgot to tell you what I got your address, and I got Will's address. I'm glad he's in here. So I told you guys I had something coming for you, and I do. But something cool that we got to add because we met Goal. I had asked you guys about that before we met Goal. So we met Goal, and there's only 30 of these, and you guys are each going to get one. So I wanted to show it to you live so you can see it. Hold on, I'll show it to you. I'm really excited about it because I didn't even know we were going to be able to get them like we did. So you guys are going to get the midnight variant for Marissa's cover.
Oh!
So yeah, we're really hyped about it. It came out beautiful.
Man, I love it.
For those of you that haven't seen Marissa's cover for When Winds Weep, that's one of 3 of them that went colored. The other ones, here's the trade dress, and then you'll get the Virgin variant, which is red.
That's beautiful work right there, man. That's beautiful work.
It's just like anything else, right? Like I mentioned earlier, your team's you gotta vibe with who's on your team, and Marissa is Mike DeBalfo's pupil, and I thought it was really cool when he was like, "Hey, look, would you put her on?" Because I've known Mike for years, and I was really excited. He also did a cover at the same time for our first book that she did. And we've had a lot of fun with that and going back and forth where we've been able to bring more and more talent, you know what I mean? And more people have that are vibing with the story. But yeah, had to show that to you before I forgot because I pulled 2 of them because of the fact that I knew they were going to go real quick. So I pulled 2 of them. I'm also going to ship you guys a copy of Guy's Journal apiece. For those of you that don't know what Guy's Journal is, it's 60 pages of art from the listener. It is 30 full paintings plus 30 pages of backstory that you won't get anywhere but this particular book. And we printed 30 of them because of the fact that she did 30 paintings, and I thought it was an incredible thing, because her art, Gabby's art's just absolutely stunning. So,
dude.
Oh man, you and Will deserve it, man. You guys, like after my first book printed, you guys were like the first shows I did. You know what I mean? I didn't know what the hell a show was. I didn't, neither did we. Yeah, right. So
all I know is Raj sent me a book, and I opened this book up, and the first thing I saw, or I mean, I shouldn't say Raj sent me the book. That's not. You sent me the PDF.
Yep.
And I went, damn. And I looked at it. I'm just like, wow. And then he says, hey, did you read my book? And I'm like, yeah, it was deep. I'm gonna have to read it again and get back with you. I couldn't even talk to him about it until I had read it twice. Okay, the book is late.
I usually say that when I haven't read the book yet.
No,
but that's just it. I had read it.
Yeah, you had.
I had read it, and I was like, "Yo, dude, no, I got to read it again. I'm gonna have to go back." There was too much. It was like Dune. Okay, too much to digest in one sitting. You're gonna have to go back a few pages and go, "What did they say back there?" to make sure it jived with what you just read. You know what I mean? It's like I had to read it a second time. I had to catch this again before I could talk to him about it. Yeah. And that's only happened a couple times since I've been, like really getting into this, where I've had to actually go read it again before I could talk to the person about it.
Oh man, it was so cool though, right? It was so cool to see. I had gotten reviews after I put my first book out. It was reviews and people had seen it and talked about it a little bit. But when I gave it to Pops, it was like, and Will too, it was like these guys see him all the time. You know what I mean? It's not just the group that's doing a review. It's these guys that are actually talking to these guys all the time. And when Will was like, I'm ready for the second one, that was like he didn't tell me he read it like 3 times first. He was like, I need the next book. And I was like, well, I'm working on it. You know what I mean? I got it. And when I knew that people were reading it and it was jiving with people, it was like, okay, I have written 30 scripts, man. 30 scripts in less than 2 months. And they're all edited. They're all done. So the listener is going to be way beyond, the next couple of years, the way that it's going. And when we found out that it hit goal, right? We hit goal. The first one, we hit $2,400 at the end of the campaign. Like right before the end of it, we ended up with like $2,650 at the end of the campaign. And it was like, holy crap. We're almost there now on the second campaign. We've got a couple days left. We're almost there. My goal was 2,000 this time. I think we're at like 2,550 something right now. But it was like pushing out a product that no one had seen. And the first time it was like your buddies are buying it from you, right? Your friends, your relatives, people in the business that know you, people that have shopped at your store, whatever. Those are the people that are buying it, except for when you're advertising it. I was on the street on my feet going to shops selling my book. You know what I mean? Hey, look, you guys can grab it here. The Kickstarter will give you a store discount, da-da-da-da-da, And this time, though, with having a marketing team and stuff with Ink Marketing, I actually had time to stay home. I could work more, on current projects. And like I said, the listener is done. Win Wins Weep is already done. So when it hits Wednesday, you have to wait your 2 weeks to get your funding, but it'll go right to the printer, and everybody will get it within like a month, maybe a little over a month, depending on how long shipping takes. But it's an exciting thing.
Now the beauty of this marriage between this guy and this guy is that this guy already has a whole bunch of books printed to send to this guy.
Good concept, though, right? That's such a cool concept. The idea of sending, like, you're basically doing fulfillment.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's such a cool concept to me.
I mean, it started out as just, fulfillment to help people get their costs down. And, I laid out the business plan and I talked with people who, are business people. Logistics has been an industry I've worked in off and on through my career in IT. So I'm familiar with it. And, when they looked at it, they said, yeah, but basically you're setting yourself up as a mini distribution system. You'll have an inventory and you can sell this to, actual retail outlets, which was something I hadn't considered. It was like, I need to rethink everything.
Because that's my end goal.
Yeah. Get this on shelves.
Is get them on the shelves. And I get so much crap for that. And it's like, no, Y'all don't understand. It's got to go both ways. The retailers got to be, accepting of it too. They got to like the product that you're putting out. They got to have fans actually come buy it. People like me have to go into LCS and go, yo, you need the listener. You need 47 Furious Tales. You need this and this and this. And I can guarantee it, if you're here, I'll send some people to your store from around here to go get it.
Right on, right on.
But I got to get the store to put it on the shelves. That's on me as a fan. Demand, supply, and demand. If the demand is there, then you guys get to go print the books and supply for the demand. But if people like me aren't at the store going, hey, get this book, how do they know?
Exactly. Pops, I got to duck out on you, but thanks for letting me sit and talk with you guys for a while. And I'll see you around the web.
You bet. Peace.
Sorry, I fell off, guys. My connection dropped.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
So
Sorry about that.
Then we get on to this guy in Raj Mahan, I think, sent me a book. And I opened this book up, and the first thing I saw was the graveyard scene, or the graveyard art from where the 47 Ronin are buried, right? First thing I see. And it's not just a depiction of it. It's like Alexia did some detail. She's trying to read what's on these gravestones and give you what's on the gravestone from way over here. You know what I mean? It's like it was like rebooting the scene in anime. And it was beautiful. And it was like, okay, stuck on this one.
Well, you're gonna love what you're gonna see in the mail, then, Pops. You're gonna love what you're gonna see in the mail, brother.
We go again. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be really happy when I can actually send you guys some money for books.
I'll be honest with you. What we do is, and it's not about stuff like that with us, with y'all.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. It's like I'm a supporter, but I want to be a financial supporter too.
Absolutely, but so you know what I do. I haven't disclosed this to you guys yet, though. Is somebody mentioned it one day, and I laughed because I realized we do it. Is how cool is it to get the first prints? You know what I mean? The very first test prints and stuff like that. So you guys all get the first test prints from me, is what you get.
What?
That's how that works. Because you guys get the test prints all the time. You know, everybody, every one of you guys that supported me will get one of the 10 test prints. You know, and that's
what Rich did to me. He sent me one of these proofs. One of the proofs, and it's like, actually, he sent me two, but you guys, that kills me, man. It's like, because for me as a collector, that really is a first print. That is, that's irreplaceable. Okay, you can't beat that. I mean, come on, this one he sent me, he actually sent me one that he used as an editing book. It's got scribbles and stuff all over in it, where he drew lines with the ink pen. Oh, I got to move this bubble over there or whatever.
Yep. Absolutely.
Dude,
that's only a 1.0 now.
I will never give this book up. You know what I mean? This one's like, damn, it's not just a proof. It's just editing proof. You know?
We were just going through pages, doing colors.
Hold on. What's that? What's that?
We were literally just going through the test print colors. Anthony sent us to it 2 weeks back. You know, so it's a big deal, man. You know, the original prints are awesome. It's a lot of fun to get to see them. It's more and more fun to be able to give them to people that care and give a shit about your product. You know what I mean? Because I love other people's promo prints and stuff, right? But mine, they don't hold that value to me. So giving them to people that care about that kind of thing and would cherish it and enjoy it, that's an exciting thing, you know? Like my grandmother got one of the very first prints from the listener. You know, it was her brother that died and inspired the book. So she, you know, I sent her that, and I sent her this amazing hand-woven blanket. You know, it was really, really cool because for some reason she's been getting colder in her old age in Florida. So I want to make sure she stays a little warm. One cool thing that I will mention that we just thought about doing was I have my uncle's house, right? I own it now, and his girlfriend stays there, and she can stay there as long as she exists. You know what I'm saying? That's her business. And that was the only thing he asked of us, was to make sure that she had a place to stay. So she can stay. We don't need the house. She can stay there for as long as she wants. But I'm going to go down to Florida at some point in the next 4 months, and we're going to do a live show from the original listener's house.
Dude.
And I'm really excited about that. I'm excited to go, and I'm going to do an interview with my grandmother, and we're going to sit in his house, and we're going to talk about, how he was as a person, some of the original stories that the listener stories are based on, So it's going to be really interesting and a lot of fun. I'm really excited to be able to do
that. This is Alex Daw. That's Alex Daw. He's like, I remember my first print back when the printer felt like a father with a newborn.
Sure. Absolutely.
I'll tell you something that's been really cool is my
Oh, he got blacked out again.
I was waiting for the really cool thing. I was excited.
The really cool thing is he's 800 miles from home, and he's trying to do this on his phone.
that is quite a concept. So, and getting back into other fun things, we talk about the fact that, my circle of people is very cheesecake oriented. You know what I mean? I've known a bunch of dudes for a really long time, and it's been topic of conversation why I don't let our cover artists cut loose on the listener. And Mike DeBalfo said something to me one day. He was like, I wouldn't want to cheapen the story by doing that. And
right.
Greed, on the other hand, is an entirely different animal than the listener, and it's going to be a lot of fun. It's a lot less. It's just as dark and just as gory and whatnot, and just as fun. But it's almost like if you had Shaun of the Dead with demons and gods and monsters. That's it's a different style. It's very gritty, but funny. There's no comedy in the listener. Like I said, I'm like 35 books in, and I don't think I've put any comedy in the listener yet. So
yeah, it's not a funny topic though.
No, absolutely not.
I told you, it's some deep. It's deep, man. It's real deep.
Cool, he's got something cool over there. I know he's got something. What do you got?
I'm waiting. I got him right here. Bam.
Hey guys, I'm sorry I keep dropping out. I'm on my phone instead of my real machine. But something cool.
You don't have to apologize. It's cool.
When we did our Kickstarter campaign, of course we offered some original pages.
For sure.
From issue 2, right? And so there's a couple that I can't show. But there's a couple that I can, because the couple I can't show are going to some backers who are probably going to reveal them on their own show.
Awesome.
Right. Including a certain Mojo Rising Star. So we'll leave that to him. But this is original page that is going to our Daimyo backer.
Very cool.
Tilt it just a little bit to kill the glare. There you go. Not too much. Just tilt it. Yeah, there you go.
That's good, man.
Oh, the horses.
And then this one is going on. Yeah, I know, right? And then this one is going on my wall.
That's awesome, man.
Dude.
Original art by Alexia Veldhausen. So, looking forward to getting these together and shipping them out. So,
sure.
A certain Mojo Rising Star is going to be pretty happy. We've already shown him his. Your friend and mine. Yep, your friend and mine.
Are we talking about Manny?
Are we talking about man?
It starts with an R.
Yeah, okay, Raj.
Yeah,
it's okay to say Raj. We love Raj.
But I'm not going to spoil it for Raj. I'm going to let him reveal it when he wants to, because that's his thing. But we've been signing prints, the big 11x17s. We've signed somewhere around 400 something comics last couple of days. In addition to all the the deliveries we've done locally, the appearances we've made, it's been a real busy working vacation.
That's incredible, man. And how long have you been working on this particular project?
2017 was the initial pitch in the work group that we have for Sonoma Publishing. Alexia accepted that. We put out the first book in 2019, and then we funded book 2 in 2020, and we're shipping it this week.
That's awesome, man. Congratulations.
And then
That's exciting.
we're going to get issue 3 done before we bring it to Kickstarter this summer, which will probably be right after my my light novel goes through there. We're going to use any extra funds from the Indiegogo to go ahead and get all the advance work that we can done on issue 3 ahead of time.
That's exciting, man. Light novel. That's exciting too, because you don't hear that term very often anymore. So you're like, oh my gosh. I don't know if you guys are familiar with a light novel. It's almost like a novel mixed with a manga. It's a very interesting concept, and it's exciting to see that you're taking that medium, man. That's really, really cool.
Yep, we're going to take and get that together. Paul Walcott has agreed to take that on with the cover and the character designs for the interior illustrated pages. We're probably going to start with 6 interior illustration pages, and then we might add a couple more funding permits because we'll kickstart that to fund the press run. But issue 2, in order to avoid the whole thing where we ran out of books from the press run issue 1, issue 2, I had 4,500 copies printed, 1,500 of each of the covers. So we are good to go for our backers. We're good to go for our supporting stores, and we should have it's kind of like a novella, but it has just some illustrated pages and help accent it. And then of course we'll have these for the Indiegogo to get that and make it available for people who prefer Indiegogo over Kickstarter.
Right on, man. That's a smart move, man, to play Indiegogo in between. I'm with it.
We'll put it on in demand as well. Those books are going to be $5 a piece plus shipping.
That's awesome, man. I'm gonna, I've looked at Comixology lately, man, and been like, man, that's not a bad, I think they take 25%.
There's a whole bunch of great people trying to put together the distribution network that's going to put Diamond out of our hair. There's a whole bunch of people working on it, and man, I just pray that they all just get together.
Right, for sure.
Get together, okay?
What here?
You got Liberty. You got what RJ's doing. Holy shit, Dustin!
No, you've never seen me with my hair down.
That explains it. That explains. I get it now.
For sure.
I get it now. Now I understand why we click so well. You keep it hidden well, bro. You keep it hidden well.
For sure. I just cut 18. Well, almost. Yeah, it was 13 inches. I just cut off not long ago. So it's now it's I don't know. It's a ways down.
Mine don't grow that much. I'll cut a few inches off. It'll grow about back to that same place and then quit. It just
you know what it is? It's the soap. It's the evaporated soap. It helps the hair grow. $10 add-on. So no, it's funny. I shaved my head. Oh my gosh, for 10 years when I was working in private security and doing security programs and stuff, just because everybody else was doing it. And I was like, well, you're trying to look uniform, and if these guys got to shave their head, I'll shave my head, in solidarity and whatnot. And when I opened the shop, I was like, I'm not doing that shit no more. We're not doing that ever again.
I did that solidarity once in boot camp. No, never again.
Look to the side of the pop.
that's a hell of a dome you got, my friend.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Hi.
You know what?
What's happening?
Salutations.
Thanks.
How you doing? Is he making you work? Man, William,
Hey, remember?
it's 11:20 at night.
Hey, man,
Let
you
her
guys,
put the
can I show
pencil
them
down.
this? No. You remember that thing you said about the Gemini mailers,
Yes.
right?
Is that what she's doing? Oh, Alexia, I love you.
That's awesome.
So it's
Alexia,
going
by the
around
way,
the
is going to be helping me next week. She's going to be co-hosting Monday Madness with me next week
There
for
you
Ladies
go.
Night. So
For
that's
Ladies
going to be
Night, right?
awesome. Yeah. She's going to be
Did you
my
get
East Coast partner in crime.
Did you get Madeline for that? Did you get Madeline Holly Rawson for that? Because you should.
I throw an open invite to anybody any of the
Look.
ladies that want to come out. I don't know them all, and I sure
Invite
don't
Marissa.
remember them all.
Invite
But
Marissa.
they're all invited.
I mean, I could put you on my team list, man. Invite them. They'll
They're
do
all,
it.
they're all.
Madeline,
it's open invite.
Christy,
Ladies
all of
night
them,
is
yeah.
ladies night. They're all invited. I just don't. I can't tag them all. Or you know how long that list would be?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying invite them. Tell them yes. Come out on Monday night next week. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I'll
coming.
hit 'em up. I'll see what they've got going on. I'll ask. You know, never hurts to ask. I'll ask.
No, yeah, I mean, we got an East Coast crowd. We got a West. Christy Shin's gonna like co-host later in the evening as it moves over to the West Coast. It's like we're just gonna like probably 5 hours at least. Lady, they take over when they run the show. They run the show. You know, I can remember last time actually having 10 ladies out there and me being in the backstage watching.
Yeah, you just need to stay in the back, and then they'll summon you forward when they're ready to talk to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would jump in and ask a question and then get the hell back out.
Smart man. Smart man.
But it was probably my most viewed show ever when I did Ladies Night the first time. So I'm looking forward to it. You know,
I'm looking forward to CromCon too, man. You know, I'm sorry I missed the last one. I've just been tied up, but this coming one, that's going to be pretty badass.
Oh, it's gonna be exciting, man. There's a lot of awesome folks.
Yep.
Heroineburgh, I gotta let you know this CromCon 2 weeks from now, it's full, but but I'm just saying, but there's always that one guy like Mike Barron who forgets I'm supposed to be on right now, and I'm looking for somebody to jump in. So
we love Mike Barron.
You know, I do too. I'm just saying, if you get a message from me over the weekend of the 27th or 28th in the middle of the day, just come on out.
I'd be happy to do that. Hit me up. Thanks.
Now,
it was nice to see you, gentlemen. Yeah.
I was gonna say though, the next month, April, I will make sure that you know when the sign-up sheet goes up.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
April is gonna be big. That's our first anniversary, and it's gonna be big. So.
Oh, it's gonna be mad fun.
Oh yeah, man. I didn't realize it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Happy first anniversary, Pops.
As much as I love what's happening this month, next month is gonna be big.
You know, I'll tell you something though. Seriously, CromCon and the Comet Related Madness have made a huge difference for us in particular. I mean, you know, we sold the last of the first press run for issue 1, and most of that, you know, we did 80 copies alone just in a couple of weeks on Comet Related Madness. I mean, that's a big deal when you've only got like a 500 copy press run on the first time out.
For sure.
And then we've already moved a couple of hundred copies on issue 1, and most of those through the Madness as well. That doesn't count the stuff for the Kickstarter we moved in addition to it. So I mean that's a big deal, dude, because that's paying artists, that's getting quality printing done.
Hey,
people don't understand how much stuff costs. Like you can't go.
It's paying his artist well enough so that she's up at 11:20 and she's still drawing for him. I'm good with that. I'm just glad. I'm glad that happens, man.
It's an incredible thing, man. It really is. The feedback's great. It's awesome to see people promote each other. You know, it's the scene, right? we used to joke when we were younger, talking about the scene kids and where it's at, you know, what you're doing and whatnot. This is the scene. This is where it's happening right now. You know, we're going to show up at the scene. You know, it's between, you know, this and a few other shows with some dudes I know. It's where it's at. It's the popular kids group. It's where the new guys hang out. You know what I mean? It's an interesting concept, right? Because there's shows that you do where, and because we're after hours, we'll shoot the shit and be real about what we're talking about right now. There's shows that you do where you're in a room and it's just absolutely uncomfortable, right? It's absolutely uncomfortable. As an artist, a writer, anybody, you're waiting for somebody to say something. You're waiting for some kind of like cue to go off of, you know, or you just sit there and you're the only dude talking or female talking the entire night. You know what I mean? And it happens, and it sucks, and it happens. But there's, you know, it has not happened to me once in dealing with the madness. You know, it is always great company. It's always kind folks, you know, and it's always up and comers, you know, people to watch. You know what I'm saying? People to pay attention to, and that's super fun. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a bunch of guys that are under the same umbrella that I am for marketing right now, and they're all really cool folks. They're all doing really well. I think everybody on within our umbrella is funded already. You know, I don't know that anybody that's not. I mean, and that in part is due to the amount of awesome people that we hang out with and the amount of people we talk to. So if you vibe with somebody, you know, and they're pushing your product, man, vibe with them, hang out with them, get them to push some more of it. You know, I like anthropomorphic anything. You know what I'm saying? If we're, you know, I have Jessica Rabbit tattooed on my right leg, on my right calf, and I have Lola Bunny tattooed on my left calf. You know what I mean?
There you go.
And it's like I'm down for just about any, you know, craziness you can involve. You know, I'm ready to pick it for Lola Bunny right now, to be honest with you. But there's a lot to be said for, you know, investing time as well. You know, it's coming on, talking to folks, showing stuff. You know, it's a job just like any other. You know, and giving the time to it is what it takes. It's like a sapling that you have to water and take care of and build. You know, and I dig it, man. I dig seeing everybody's different ferns that they've got going on. You know,
there's my Jessica Rabbit. That's my cool world right there. That's my cool world.
Oh,
me
man.
looking at me. Me glaring at me. Do you like that?
There you go. Look at Will. Will's got something. What do you got, Will?
That was just two ugly motherfuckers on the same screen.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Actually, I think Manny's version of me is better looking.
Oh, man.
What can I tell you?
Y'all are silly.
I'll bet Manny's version of me is getting more than I am. I ain't lying.
Oh, no.
It's because it's not 1972 anymore.
Oh.
Damn.
Ouch.
Damn.
Alex Daw, you did the Empress series right. It's cool stuff. Yes, he's definitely got some good stuff coming out. He will be at CromCon showing this off. See, this is my fun, you guys. This is the part for me that's fun. Is there's times when I get to come out here, and not saying it's happening right now, but like I get to come out here and introduce somebody that people never seen before. Sometimes. And, you know, when they come back to me later and they're like, dude, my book's funding, and I'm like, you know, because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get everybody seen and everybody funded and everybody doing what their dream is, which is getting out here and putting books in fans' hands. Okay.
Sure.
As a collector, I want those first prints. I want to be in on that when it happens. And man, there's nothing that hurts worse than missing out on a campaign.
For sure.
And coming back later and trying to get caught up.
Oh man. So I'm a fan too, right? That's where it started. You know what I mean? And when you go like I have My books, though, it gets to a point where books that I need are my mortgage payment almost. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you get to the point where you're like, okay, well, we're going to stop collecting Silver Age and older books for right now. We'll get on Kickstarters, back our friends. Those are the ones I feel like I miss when I can't, because of the fact I just put out, $7,000 for a book. I can't jump on a Kickstarter. You know what I mean?
Right.
I feel bad because I want to support people, and I'll go in and I'll share it and I'll tag people and whatever else. But at the same time, you're like, well, I would love to financially support you, but at the same time, I have to make sure that Addie is colored for this page. You know what I mean? Or we've got our artists in, because to me, the most important thing is and I've said it since day one, and everybody's heard me. My team is like family to me, so they all get paid. Everybody eats before the book goes out, and that's how it's always going to be. You've got to take care of your folks. Thank you, sir. You've got to take care of your folks. You've got to look out for your people, because if they don't know, they don't have the security in you, then they may not have the time for you later. You know what I'm saying? They may not have time, because working with one artist is fine, but working with a team of almost 18 is an entirely different animal altogether. So I have to make sure that all these guys are taken care of just as much as they take care of me. We joke, all of us, well, Kevin and I joke all the time about the fact that it's like the writer is like the drummer of the band, right? They're
rhythm section. You gotta keep everybody in line.
You make sure the roadies are there. You make sure the chicks get where they're supposed to. The booze is where it needs to be at. Everybody's instruments are plugged in. You know what I mean? And that's what you get. Everybody shows up. Everybody's on the bus. You didn't leave anybody somewhere. That's the guy's job. That's the writer's job, I think. And it's a phenomenal experience to be able to work with such talented folks and to be able to talk to such talented folks, and so on and so forth. But there's really something to be said when, not just reviews from other people, but when your artists and your teammates go, hey, look, we put a piece out and we were paid that day, or we put a piece out and we were paid for the next 10. You know what I mean? It's, I think one of the greatest misunderstandings about this industry, and I'm going to do a whole show on this on Comic Roddery with Kevin before long, is people come into this and they have this Kickstarter will save me mentality. You know what I mean? Or, Indiegogo will make it happen for me mentality. The amount of people that if you look at Kickstarters and Indiegogos that are successful is actually a lot lower than people realize. You know what I mean? If you're successful on Kickstarter,
you got to put in the work. You still got to put in the work. I don't care where you're platforming at. Amazon, I don't care where.
Absolutely.
They might drop your ad once in a while and people might see it. That doesn't mean they're going to click on it.
Absolutely.
They need people like us out there going, yo, this book is fucking fire. Go check it out.
Absolutely. And that's what I think that people miss out on, because it's like a relationship. There is no guide to how to do your first Kickstarter, right?
Oh, you got to just push.
Knows, when I did my first one, it was, you know what I'm talking. You get those 50 emails from a million people that are like, hey, we're going to make your Kickstarter work. Yep. And you're like, who do we trust in this industry? Who's going to actually do this? Right. And so I went at it like this whole lone wolf mentality for book one. Like I really did. I was like, if my book wasn't, and like I said, I'm my own worst critic, and Pops knows how I feel about that. I really am. But if I hadn't received the reviews and stuff I did, I'd have been terrified. You know what I mean? So I went into it with a mentality that we would be okay and we would be able to make this investment and it would work. And when it did, it was phenomenal, and it was a life-changing experience. But then to put out another one less than 2 months after and have it pop off the same way, was a wild experience. But I keep getting these people that ask me for tips, and which is interesting as well, because I'm sure you get it too. Can you tell me how you do this? Can you tell me how to experience this? Yep. And it's like the first.
I send people to William. Yo, right. You need that question out. You need to go talk to William. And right. I do that, because there's some people that have the exact answer for the question that was asked.
Absolutely.
And the thing too is that sometimes people don't want to hear what you have to tell them, which is true. Because it's a little hard to swallow. It's like a duck on the water. It looks calm on the surface, but look below the water line, and there's the biggest part of the duck, and he's kicking like crazy.
That's right.
You're working constantly. We actually told the Cooper kids today, Lexi and I both did on this, that the thing about the Kickstarter and Indiegogo's, all your crowdfunding, is that it's another full-time job throughout the entire campaign.
Absolutely.
You're working that constantly. And one of the things I told them, I said, you're going to find that when you are doing interviews and talking to people and doing your live streams and talking about your book and you're telling people and you're getting hyped about it, you're going to find that some days it's going to be hard to show that excitement. And the thing you have to do is you have to make sure that before you are talking to anyone that you find that excitement for your project. You find that love for it, and you bring your work ethic to it, and you show people how much that means to you.
For sure. Well, you're selling yourself just as much as you are your book. You know, you're really selling yourself as a person. You know, you can't. It's such a thing to, you know, word judo. We joke about word judo all the time. You know, it's like literally be prepared to walk in and be able to answer any question. You know, be able to turn certain situations, make them, you know, make it interesting, because not everything, you know, having done, oh my gosh, I've done 40 shows in the past month for this book, you know, and it's like, you have to remember that you're going to different clientele every time. They may not have heard what you had to tell at another, you know, just because you told somebody something. Oh my gosh, I've had a couple of them that were like right back to back. You know what I mean? And it was like, just because you said that 30 minutes ago, they didn't hear you. You know, make sure they hear it now. And it's a fun concept, man. You know, it's so cool to be able to talk about something that you're passionate about, you know. But you can get worn down, and that's something to be understood as well. Don't wear yourself out. Don't beat yourself down, you know. And, you know, have some kind of realistic expectation, though. And I think that's something that is lacking in most. When I get asked, people just come to me with bright eyes, and they're like, hey, I'm ready to do it. And you're like, okay, how much money you got? You know what I mean? That's my first question. And it's not to be rude. It's literally like, can you afford it? You know what I mean? Are you ready? Are you financially prepared? That's why, and I bring up examples because you see some of these cats that put out a book once a year, you know, or they put out a book every, you know, 18 months or whatever. It's because it's putting funds. That's what they're doing. They're putting funds away to put out their next book, you know, because Kickstarter, like I said a minute ago, it's not a guaranteed home run anytime. You know what I mean? It's Indiegogo. Oh my gosh. I did Indiegogo, didn't know what I was doing, and it was awful. I mean, I had just smashed Kickstarter, right? Like royally smashed Kickstarter, and Indiegogo whooped my ass. You know what I mean? Because I had no clue what I was doing when I went over there. I didn't know that, you know, Twitter and all that other stuff were important. No one, I had no guide for that, you know. So
and then there's the extra cash they withhold once you pass a certain threshold point too.
Right.
That's a big deal. And the in-demand fee that goes on that too. I mean, those fees they nickel and dime up.
For sure. I didn't know what was going on when I went into that. Like I said, so when, like right now, I've got 4 projects running right now. And if I hadn't hired Inked Marketing, I wouldn't know my head. You asked Pops earlier. We were joking about it. I didn't know what day it was earlier today.
I sent him a link. You want to come out and talk later? And he's like, what did I miss? CromCon?
I literally thought I had missed a show I was supposed to be at. You know what I mean? I
just booked him out for open mic, you know, and he's like freaking out. What did I miss?
Because it's like literally like I'm writing, you know, the third listener. Well, the third listener's written, but we just got all the panels laid for it. So we just got all the panels laid for beginners. Then it was like, okay, so now I've laid all the panels for the guys for Greed Book 1. I'm writing the novel. I'm doing the tabletop RPG. I'm writing campaigns for that now. And I literally would not have the time to wipe my ass if I didn't have a marketing team. And I didn't, you know, Eric, my interior artist for the listener was like, hey, one of the first things he said was, hey, you need somebody advertising. We need advertising. We need to be seen. He was like, we can't always fly by the seat of our ass. like we did with the first Kickstarter. It turned out well. Everybody loved their books. They got them. Everybody's happy, whatever and whatnot. But it was like I was killing myself on that Kickstarter. Like it was literally like smashing me. So when you have marketing, it's a different animal. You still want to market yourself, but you've got other people marketing you as well. You know what I'm saying? And that makes it such an incredible experience because you can give people more of yourself. You can give them better stories, better written pages, better looking panels. It just makes it better.
Heroineburgh, it was great having you out, brother.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any Monday night, you're up after 10 o'clock. We're out here.
It was great listening to you folks, man. I really appreciate it. Hey, good luck with your campaign.
Actually, I'm impressed with you and 120 stores, bro. You keep doing what you're doing and help these guys get where you're at.
All you got to do is make 500 calls, like you said. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
Got to put in the work.
Thanks,
guys. I'm gonna get back to work myself. So it's been good talking to you, Will, Pops, everyone's so good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful time. Good luck with your campaign.
Thanks, man.
Good night, Alexia. Good night, Alexia.
I'll tell her, guys.
All right, brother. Take it easy. All right. That's kind of how it goes. It's like, it's almost midnight. I think we can wrap this.
Man, what a class act, though, right? You've had some awesome folks on tonight.
Dude, I love doing this, man.
I know.
Don't want me in with those people.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I invited Will to come out because I didn't think Phil was going to be able to make it. And I invited Will earlier to come out and co-host with me. And he's like, I'm going to bed. So then when I sent him the link and he finally came out, all he did was lay there half asleep anyway. So. How you doing, Will?
I'm doing okay. I had to go grab something I just grabbed a yogurt because I was my sugar was going all wonky. And
is that what it was? Okay.
I ran out of water, so I went to go get another bottle of water out the fridge.
I got some cut in my throat. I don't know what it is.
Y'all are silly though. You know what I mean?
But you were talking about keeping your energy up for the shows. I'm like, hell, if you can fake an orgasm, you can fake excitement, okay?
How do you respond to that? How do you even respond to that? Like that's like
check it out. I don't have a problem getting. I mean, I like to feel that I carry a pretty good level of excitement all the way through CromCon, through the whole weekend and everything. I like to think I do pretty good at that. It ain't easy because, like Dustin said, there's times when there's people that just don't. There's no give and take. There's nothing coming back, and you're just trying to pull it out of them. And then there's other people like Anthony Figaro. He'll come out here and he'll talk. And you don't even have to ask him nothing. It's like, give me the elevator pitch. And 30 minutes later, you're like, all right, good. Talk to you next time.
Mad fun. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, I think it's an interesting concept when you get different types of folks, right? You get to see all kinds of people from all over the world. I think it's funny when, you go on shows and you're leading conversation though, as like the guest, you're like, hey, ask me about this, and those things are fun.
In the beginning, when I didn't know nothing about nothing, I would even tell people, yo, if there's anything you want me to ask, tell me in the chat, tell me in my inbox on Facebook, because I wasn't an interviewer. That's why I was hitting people like Will up. Hey, man, come out and help me out, man.
Yeah. Will is pro as a motherfucker when he wants to be. Like Will knows what's up with the radio voice and whatnot. He'll throw it down when he wants to, man. I'm absolutely with him. Like right now, I'm putting together a box of bullshit just so I can come and do a show where I'm like, hey, Will, do you have one of these? Hey, Will, check this out. Hey, Will, wish you had that one, don't you? So I'm putting all kinds of stuff together just so I have a defense when he pulls out some neat shit and tries to show it off. I'm trying to get it all together and whatnot. But hey, guys, it really was a pleasure. It always is. You know, we have a good time. You know, I'm really glad we got to show some stuff off, talk about some things. I'm really glad that you're digging the stuff that Manny's doing. You know, I'm loving.
I always dig what Manny's doing. That's
So,
just, you know.
I'm gonna say this. I love my IPs. Like, I love the shit out of both my IPs. I think I'd be in the wrong business if I didn't.
Right.
The listener is an animal in itself. Like, it's an animal. And greed's a monster. Like, and it's not even, the writing is great, the pages are awesome, but when you do your first book, it's like you're green, you know, you're real green, and you come out and you put out a good book, the chances that you're going to pop off are not as high as you would like them to be, right? So we put out a good product, great product, you know, and now that I know more, though, I'm like, oh, yeah? It's like my buddy was talking to me about having kids, right? I've got 2 of them. He was like, you know, when the first one's born, you're kind of like watching, you don't really know what to do, you're standing to the side, and he's like, well, you know, the next one you're sitting down with like a glove and a Subway sandwich, and you're telling them, you know, and that's what it feels like. You know, you're that much more prepared, and you know what your readers want, you know, and the listener, you know, greed is in the same world as the listener. It's just a different time period, you know. So it's literally like you've got this 10-year-old kid that's trying to deal with shit that's way past his level, you know. But you've got this, you know, monster that's God knows how old. It's like leading him by the nose through all these shitty situations, you know. And the monster is, oh my gosh, you know how Chucky, right? We all love Brad Dourif, right? Everybody loves Brad. You know, he comes out and he's pervy and he's just raunchy and mad funny and a killer all at the same time. That is
so me.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But that is Cade in a nutshell. You know, we have this little green ball of doesn't give a shit about nothing but this kid. Why does he give a shit about the kid, though? Why is the kid so important to him? You know, why is he risking life and limb for this 10-year-old boy that seems like an average 10-year-old boy? You know, so it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of mystery. It's, you know, just as like balls to the walls as the listener is, you know, but like I said, add that little bit of comedy to it. And I'm excited to be able to sprinkle a little bit of comedy here and there, you know, and give you guys a different aspect of my writing than I could give you previously. You know, like
I look at it like this. I look at like the listener is your masterpiece,
right?
And greed is your like recreational relaxation.
Right, absolutely. But I don't slap on it. You know what I'm saying?
I don't mean that. But I don't mean it that way. I just mean this is the one that one you've got your heart and soul in, and the other one you're trying to be a little lightened up.
Yeah, I can enjoy the other one. You know what I'm saying? Like the listener, I do put everything into the listener, so it's real. It's like real boy work. You know, you get in there.
If you don't put everything into the listener, boy, you got a whole bunch inside you.
No, man. It's everything. I give it everything I got. So then as soon as we get into greed, it is that. I do get to enjoy writing greed. It's not as – it's a little bit more lighthearted. You know, it's a really fun back and forth between this kid and this monster under the bed, you know, but we also get the funny stuff. Like my wife and I were joking while we were walking down the street. You know, there's a scene in Greed Book 2 where Lilith shows up. And, you know, Oz is like, who the hell is that? And he's like, well, she sure doesn't work at Melanie's Question instead of Victoria's Secret. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of fun stuff that we're doing back and forth. And Phil is making an absolute blast to work on. You know, and Manny and David, you know, they vibe real well, so that's cool. And we've got an all-star cast for covers, you know, and it's an amazing thing, man. And you guys will be getting to see more and more of that. You know, you guys do, even Will as well. You know, you guys are going to get to see a lot more as we move into it. And like I said, we're going to go down to Florida. I'm going to do some book signings. Everybody will be getting signed books and stuff. You know, I sign my books for free, so we'll be getting a bunch more of those. Gabby has knocked out almost all of his journal. Like I said, that's 30 paintings, like full-blown paintings that you guys are getting in that one. So I'm really excited about that. And she's smashing it out of the park, like left and right. I'm getting a painting like every day, like a full painting. Like
hey man, I'm just blown away by, you know, your love, bro.
Oh man, dude, I wouldn't exist. I would not exist without people that like. Because my first response was, "It sucks, doesn't it?" Now that's how I started this. Like I would be like, "Oh man, no one's gonna read that." You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, people are like, "You guys, both of you, this is great. Where's the next one?" I joke all the time about Will. Will gives me so much confidence, whether he's yanking my crank or not. You know what I mean? He gives me a lot.
I don't think he is. I don't think he's yanking your crank. We love your book.
And that's what I mean.
I didn't want to yank my own crank. I'm too old for that shit.
Right. But it's literally like he's like, "Hey, how's it going? You know, are you getting stuff done?" And it's motivation. You know, it's a positive place, man. And like I said, I'll always come back to where it started. And that's the biggest thing, you know. You guys always get the shit from me. You guys always get the first, you know, this. You always get the exclusive stuff. Everybody hears it from you guys. You know, and that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to stay because of the fact you guys were the first shows I was doing. You guys were the first people to go, "Hey, go out and pick that up. You know, talk to this guy. Great, you know." And it turns into such a positive form of reinforcement. You know, and somebody like me who is my own worst critic, it builds confidence. It helps, you know, it helps me make sure you guys get more content. You know, and for us to be, we'll be on 3 books, man. 3 whole books done in like 4 months.
Yes.
Done. You know, so it's literally like it blows my mind. You know, and I laugh because you know, earlier today my daughter, I just got out of the shower. You called me and I was like, "Man, I have to shower before I get on the show." It doesn't matter, just me personally, okay? So every time you see me, my hair's normally up because I showered and everything. I was like, whatever, it's fucking like 9 o'clock at night. I'm not doing shit. You know what I mean? So I got showered, got out, and my daughter's like, "Dad, you're going red." And I'm like, "Yeah, that happened." And she's like, "No, it looks good." And I was like, "You know what, man? That's what's up." The offspring that normally gives me the most shit in the whole world gave me a compliment before I came on tonight. So I was prepared. But yeah, I really do appreciate you guys. Much love. You guys are incredible human beings. Keep doing what you do, man, because it makes a difference whether you know you do or not. And with that, don't forget, someone is always with you.
That was pretty cool. I love Dustin. That's a good dude right there. And man, William, I don't even know what to say, dude, but when he starts telling us about the stuff he's throwing our way, it just makes me go, damn. Every time, I'm just like, damn. You know, that's never been like part of my operation. It's never been like, "Oh, send me something, I'll hook you up, I'll get you time," whatever. That's never been part of this operation. And there's some people that have sent just fucking awesome shit over the last year. And then there's some people that have sent me a PDF before they meet me, like what Dustin did, right? Before we ever even really met, talked a lot. He sent me a PDF, and he's like, "Check this out and let me know what you think." I'm not a review guy. You know that, William. I don't come out here to review people's books. But if you send me a PDF and I like your book, I'm going to push the hell out of it, because that's what I do. You know? I mean, I'm going to push the hell out of your book whether I like it or not, but if I like it, you're going to know I like it, because people are going to be out here telling you, "Yeah, and Pop loves your book. He's talking about it all the time." You'll know I love your book, and I'll be pushing the hell out of your book. But if I don't never see your book, then I'm talking about what you're telling me about your book, and that makes it different. You know, now you have to promote your book. If I haven't seen it, I have to rely on you to promote your own stuff. And self-promotion is what the madness is about. We encourage it, but on the same level, we encourage selfless promotion. You have an artist that works on your book. When you're talking about artist, and maybe a different project that he's working on that will bounce your fan base off that project's fan base, and you might both get a little bump off of that. It's all about networking, okay? All the way down the line, getting the books on the store shelf, that's all going to be major networking that people are trying to make happen. 4, 5, 6 different people trying to get this going down. We just got to get everybody on the same page. It's all going to come together.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know what I'm talking about, William. Now, you take your ass off to sleep before you fall asleep in that chair.
This is where I sleep every night.
All right. Try to be comfortable then.
I am.
And dude, that hat, no. It's the job of the hut look. Yeah, that's better. I mean, if you're gonna do a hat, you gotta have a hat.
Hey, I like my beanie.
No beanies, bro.
Keep my head warm, motherfucker.
Yeah, I got stuff that does that for me. See, I got hair.
I used to.
As always, William, it's good talking to you, brother.
You too, Pops.
When's your next show?
Well, I'm waiting to hear back from somebody tomorrow. If not, then I'll be back Wednesday night with Sean for the Seanzilla Art Show.
Okay.
And Thursday night with Thomas for a continuation of Red Sonja. We did our tribute to Frank Thorne over the weekend, and we're kind of continuing it this week with a parody that appeared in Cerebus.
Okay. I happen to have some Cerebus books.
So we're doing that Thursday, and Mr. Brian K. Vaughan will be with me Friday night on the Creators Outlet.
All right, y'all go subscribe. Go subscribe to the Creators Outlet. Give William some bumps. All right, he's out here all the time, man. He's out here all week long, bringing people out here, and it's like he needs them subscribers too, y'all. So go check out his YouTube channel. Hit that like, ring that bell, subscribe, do all that stuff.
And come hang out Friday night with Let the Rising Tide Hit You Where You May.
Oh, the Brian, the K, the Morris.
Mm-hmm.
All right, William. I'll talk to you, brother. You have a good night.
Peace out.
All right, and with that, we're gonna maybe play a little video.